Hi, Bob. This is Carla. Great, thank you. Hi, how are you?
I'm hearing Carla and I.
Yeah. You can turn the level down just a hair. Oh, sorry. Oh. Will you try? That's good. What story be? Amidst these buildings and monuments, crumbling accomplishments will be surely returning to dust. So if something must carry on, I wonder and worry, what can I leave for the future man? For him to understand that we will surely wrong, leaving all of this stuff and forgetting to love. With this rhythm and song, why don't we? You just tell me when you're. Oh, I'm ready. Okay. Is this on the PA yet? Because they're probably there still doing. Ow! Then I do need a monitor. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Is that true though? Do I need it? What? Actually, maybe that's not true. Hold up. There's no PA. Huh. Okay. No, it's okay. A wedge. Well, we must. I think that's better. Or it be. Okay. Amidst these buildings and monuments, crumbling accomplishments will be surely returning to dust. So if something must carry on, I wonder and worry, what can I leave for the future man? For him to understand that we will surely wrong, building all of this stuff and forgetting to love. With this rhythm and song, why don't we build a pyramid out of love so the sands of time won't take it if we make it deep in our hearts and remember that we can pass it on with our hands and songs. If I could leave one thing in endless buildings and monuments, my big accomplishment would be simply passing it on. Love, 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 love. Silent bones that live the bones of the man who came before me. Painted hands long gone still carry on through the rock that people's story. Iron and glass may well outlast my time in the memory of me. I clap and sing for my song to ring through the heart of people's story. Do they want me to do the whole length of the song? Or it's just sound check? They want the whole song? Or they just need to hear sound check sound? Okay, that's fine. Okay. The whole thingy? Okay, so here's the top. Oh yeah, that wasn't the... Silent stones outlive the bones of the men who came before me. Painted hands long gone still carry on through the rock their people's story. Iron and glass may well outlast my time in the memory of me. I clap and sing for my song to ring through the heart my people's story. What will our story be amidst these buildings and monuments? Crumbling accomplishments will be surely returning to dust. So if something must carry on, I wonder and worry, what can I leave for the future man? For him to understand that we were surely wrong, leaving all of this stuff and forgetting to love. With this rhythm and song, why don't we build a pyramid out of love so the sands of time will take it if we make it deep in our hearts and remember that we can pass it on with our hands and songs. Love, love, love. Oh, no, yeah. And I know that it's like, yeah. With this rhythm and song, why don't we build a pyramid out of love so the sands of time won't take it if we make it deep in our hearts and remember that we can pass it on with our hands and songs. If I could leave one thing amidst these buildings and monuments, my big accomplishment would be simply passing it on. Love, love, love. Love, love. Love, love. Silent stones outlive the bones of the men who came before me. Painted hands long gone still carry on through the rock their people's story. Iron and glass may well outlast my time in the memory of me. So I clap and sing for my song to ring through the heart of people's story. Break it down. Let's break it down.
You were on stage, according to my schedule.
6:15.
Well, 6:30.
Yes, I'll be here at
But we'd like
6:15.
Wonderful.
That's perfect. Yeah.
Last year, the world came together in Paris to reach an agreement to address the climate crisis. It was a historic moment, and it was just the beginning. Join us on our journey around the globe as we learn what it will take to build a healthy, clean energy future, and what more we all can do. We'll hear from the leaders, musicians, experts, and everyday people leading the fight to make climate action a reality. This is 24 hours of reality. We're on the road forward.
And you will exit.
Okay.
And then after that, we'll move you into the regular area where you'll be.
Hi, I can hear you perfectly. So my regular position will be...
Well, for throws and so forth here, and as well, we have our chairs and so forth for
Okay.
seats. And we'll work it through. They're still in the process of...
Okay. Is there a way that I could see the prompter?
Of
how
course.
is the...
Can we get Vanessa's copy up in prompter?
Okay, can we
You want to
run
read?
it? Yes.
Read.
Hola, ¿qué tal y bienvenidos? Yo soy Vanessa Ock. Gracias por acompañarnos en 24 Hours of Reality, The Road Forward. 24 horas de realidad, el camino hacia adelante. Hace un año el mundo se reunió en París para la COP21. Allí, 195 naciones.
Last year, the world came together in Paris to reach an agreement to address the climate crisis. It was a historic moment,
so he doesn't say hello.
and it was just the beginning. Join us on our journey around the globe as we learn what it will take to build a healthy, clean energy future, and what more we all can do. We'll hear from the leaders, musicians, experts, and everyday people leading the fight to make climate action a reality. This is 24 hours of reality. We're on the road forward.
Hola, ¿qué tal y bienvenidos? Yo soy Vanessa Ock. Gracias por acompañarnos en 24 Hours of Reality, The Road Forward. 24 horas de realidad, el camino hacia adelante. Hace un año el mundo se reunió en París para la COP21. Allí 195 naciones se comprometieron a reducir las emisiones contaminantes y a limitar el aumento en la temperatura del planeta. Fue un acuerdo histórico, pero ese era solo el principio. Ahora viene verdaderamente el trabajo para hacer cumplir los compromisos. Los invito a que viajen con nosotros desde nuestra sede en el Parque Liberty State en Nueva Jersey, de la mano del fundador y director del Climate Reality Project, el vicepresidente de los Estados Unidos. Al Gore guiará este viaje alrededor del mundo, donde visitaremos los 24 países más contaminantes del planeta. En nuestra transmisión exploraremos las soluciones de cada nación, los retos que enfrentan y cómo pueden lograr un futuro sostenible. Comenzamos el camino hacia adelante en Argentina. Argentina está en el puesto número 21 en la lista de los países más contaminantes del planeta. Su meta es reducir los gases de efecto de invernadero en un 15% para el 2030. Este año, el país elaboró un plan para obtener el 8% de su electricidad de fuentes de energía renovable y el 20% para finales del 2025. Y ahora quiero darle la bienvenida a quien ha liderado con educación y gran inspiración el camino en esta crisis climática. El fundador y director del Climate Reality Project, el ex vicepresidente de los Estados Unidos, el señor Al Gore. Sounds good, no?
Yes. For the social media, when it's one person, he will be standing here.
Yes.
Two people, one will be here, and one will be here.
Perfect.
So when you throw it in.
Okay, and for the interview.
3, 4. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
hearing from my peers. Pero mi papá es chileno. Ay, no.
Vengo del catering. Espérate, voy llegando, no me regañe. Ahí voy, a ver. Lista. Me comí una tinga, un arrocito.
Carla, no va en vivo la pregunta.
¿Mandé?
No va en vivo la pregunta. Esta pasa
¿Pasa hasta qué?
hasta mañana, en la mañana.
¿Por teléfono? Después de que acabe yo todas las entrevistas. Tú no tienes a los gringos en el chicharrón.
It's real. The rest of the time, it's all fake. It's all an illusion. But this day, right now, it is happening. So yeah, for the first one, you want us to go over the script again, just make sure we're good. So I'll say, no, I can't hear him. No. So anyway, yeah, I'll say, hi, I'm Caitlin Worthy, and I am so excited to be the social media host for 24 Hours of Reality. I'll be here for the whole 24 hours. I'm not napping. I'm not taking a restroom break. I am here. If that's okay. Cool.
About there?
Yeah, maybe a little bit less. There you go. Cool. Sounds good. Thank you.
Hello, and I want to extend my own personal welcome to all of you watching our 6th annual 24 Hours of Reality. The theme of our show this year is The Road Forward. That's a nod to the historic agreement that was reached last year when the world's leaders convened in Paris to address the climate crisis. And the road forward is also a nod to the difficult work that lies ahead for all of us, all around the world. We knew this work wouldn't be easy. We knew every nation has its own challenges and unique opportunities when it comes to building a healthy and sustainable future for our planet. And we'll be seeing over the course of the next 24 hours how much has been accomplished in business and industry and in civil society, and by passionate individuals and NGOs, and by governments at all levels, national, regional, and local. So now, in the wake of the recent United States election, some fear that a cloud hangs over this process. And of course, while we hope fervently that the new president-elect respects the wishes of the majority of U.S. citizens who do want strong action to solve the climate crisis, we also have to be doubly aware, highly vigilant, and prepared to respond should progress be threatened. And millions are going to join us in continuing to demand that our leaders do what is required to protect future generations and the health of this planet and of all of us who live on it. We're going to win this fight. We are winning it right now. Our collective action is not a matter of ideology or politics or elections. We know the science. We know that the solutions are available and now eminently affordable. In fact, market forces are already shifting powerfully to transform our economy to one that is powered by clean energy and one that is highly efficient. And as of today, every sitting world leader has committed to action, committed to put into force the promises of the Paris Agreement and realize the larger promise of a sustainable future for us all. Now, it's time to make it a reality.
Last year, the world came together in Paris to reach an agreement to address the climate crisis. It was a historic moment, and it was just the beginning. Join us on our journey around the globe as we learn what it will take to build a healthy, clean energy future, and what more we all can do. We'll hear from the leaders, musicians, experts, and everyday people leading the fight to make climate action a reality. This is 24 hours of reality. We're on the road forward.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Y bienvenidos. Yo soy Vanessa Ock. Gracias por acompañarnos en 24 Hours of Reality, The Road Forward, 24 horas de realidad, el camino hacia adelante. Hace un año el mundo se reunió en París para la COP21. Allí, 195 naciones se comprometieron a reducir las emisiones contaminantes y limitar así el aumento en la temperatura del planeta. Fue un acuerdo histórico, pero ese era solo el principio. Ahora viene verdaderamente el trabajo para hacer cumplir estos compromisos. Los invito a que viajen con nosotros desde nuestra sede en el Parque Liberty State en New Jersey, de la mano del fundador y director del Climate Reality Project, el ex vicepresidente de los Estados Unidos. Al Gore guiará este viaje alrededor del mundo, donde visitaremos 24 países, los más contaminantes del planeta. En nuestra transmisión exploraremos las soluciones de cada nación, los retos que enfrentan y cómo pueden lograr un futuro sostenible. Comenzamos el camino hacia adelante en Argentina. Argentina está en el puesto número 21 en la lista de los países más contaminantes del planeta. Su meta es reducir los gases de efecto de invernadero en un 15% para el 2030. Este año el país elaboró un plan para obtener el 8% de su electricidad de fuentes de energía renovable y el 20% para finales del 2025. Y ahora quiero darle la bienvenida a alguien que ha liderado con educación y gran inspiración el camino en esta crisis climática. El fundador y director del Climate Reality Project, el ex vicepresidente de los Estados Unidos, el señor Al Gore. Mr. Gore.
Gracias, Vanessa. Thank you very much, Vanessa. It's such a privilege and honor to have you back as an integral part of 24 Hours of Reality. So I'm going to present in each of these 24 hours a very short 9 to 10 minute slideshow on each of the top 24 nations that emit the most global warming pollution. And you can see behind me here, you can see on the large screen rather, that the top 24 greenhouse gas emitters begin with China and the United States, on through India, Russia, and the rest. And when we take them in order, we're not going to count down by the largest to the smallest or the smallest to the largest. We're going to take it by time zones. And so we're going to start off with Argentina, which is number 21. First of all, there you see the list of all 24, and we'll go through them all. But number 21 is Argentina, and what a beautiful, spectacular country Argentina is. Now, of course, I start every slideshow with these beautiful pictures of the Earthrise and the blue marble. And the one feature that's especially important for the climate crisis is this thin shell of atmosphere that surrounds the planet. We go outside and look at the sky, it seems like a vast and limitless expanse, but actually it's very, very thin. And we're putting 110 million tons of global warming pollution every day into that thin shell of atmosphere as if it's an open sewer. And there are many sources, but by far the biggest source is the emissions of carbon dioxide from the burning of fossil fuels. We still rely on fossil fuels for 80% of the world's energy. And as you can see from this next image, those emissions started growing really rapidly after the end of World War II. And since the collapse of the Berlin Wall, we've seen it climb even more rapidly. Argentina's greenhouse gas emissions have steadily gone upward. There have been some down periods, and in recent years, the growth has not been as rapid, but it's still trending upward. And if you look at exactly where Argentina's emissions come from, you can see half come from the energy sector and about a quarter from agriculture and more than 15% from land use and forestry. But the big part is energy, again, and fossil fuels. And if you break that down a little bit further, you can see the portion that comes from electricity and heat, manufacturing, and construction, transportation, and the rest. Now, this leads to rising temperatures, and of course, on a global basis, 14 of the 15 hottest years ever measured have been since 2001, and the hottest of all is this year. It's not even over yet, and the scientists have already confirmed statistically that it's the hottest ever. And if you look at this record all the way back 140 years or so, you can see the trend is very clear, and this is due to the man-made global warming pollution. And when all of this pollution traps a lot more heat and the heat warms up, there's a lot more evaporation of water vapor off the oceans that comes over the land masses. And since there's so much more up there, these atmospheric rivers, as they call them, in Brazil they call them flying rivers, and so you get these massive downpours. This was earlier this year in La Paz in Argentina, in April, earlier this year in Entre Rios province in Argentina, over 100,000 people driven from their homes in Argentina across the border in Paraguay and Uruguay. In fact, in Argentina, the frequency of these massive extreme downpours has tripled since the early 80s. Now, the other thing is that this same extra heat that disrupts the water cycle and causes these massive downpours and floods also causes bigger droughts because it sucks the moisture out of the soil. And you've seen a number of severe droughts in Argentina, like this one in northwestern Argentina. And of course, since Argentina has an economy that is very connected to agriculture, this has a big economic impact. And actually, the extra heat also has been reducing crop yields. But there's good news, and there's a lot of good news. And it starts with Paris. because in the agreement last year, Argentina and virtually every other nation in the world agreed historically to work together, and Argentina made a specific commitment to reduce emissions 15%, and with support from others to reduce it up to 30% from the projections. The country committed to promote sustainable forestry, much more energy efficiency, the development of renewables and rail transport. And now we saw, even after the signature, that Argentina is committed to enhance its actions under the Paris Agreement. So this is all really good news. The other good news is we've got the solutions in hand. We have seen offshore wind costs, onshore wind costs come down in price dramatically. And you know what? Argentina has the best wind resources of any nation in the entire world. And as the engineers and the technologists begin to look more carefully at this, they're going, this is fantastic. We've got these incredible resources. And so you've seen now an explosion in the installation of wind energy in Argentina, and it is poised to continue going up dramatically. And there are jobs involved because Argentina's just opened its first wind turbine manufacturing plant just this past July. And the president of Argentina is now holding auctions to speed up the development of both solar and wind projects. And he has said very clearly that Argentina has such enormous potential for both wind and energy and solar energy. And speaking of solar energy, the cost of solar cells has been coming down dramatically. It's really very, very exciting. And by the way, in northwestern Argentina, the potential for solar energy is one of the very best, again, of any country in the world. If you look near the Altiplano, if you look just across that border at Chile, look at what Chile has been doing. It's quite dramatic. They've gone from 11 megawatts to 400 megawatts at the end of 2014. At the end of last year, 800 megawatts. Now look what they have under contract now and under construction now, and soon to begin construction, already approved. This is a fantastic story, and it shows what determination can accomplish. Just look at this. They are breaking out. It is absolutely incredible. And when you add it all up, they have now in process the installation of another 13 gigawatts of solar electricity. It's absolutely fantastic. So naturally, the projections for Argentina are that solar installations are going to go up significantly, and that's exciting. Probably when you get into that northwest region, you're going to see that the potential is even greater than these projections. And again, the opportunities for manufacturing, the jobs that are available in the installation of these solar cells, it's fantastic. It's no wonder that Argentina is now projecting that just within the next 8 years, they're going to get 20% of all of their electricity from renewable energy. And when Argentina ratified the Paris Agreement just in September of this year, that was another burst of excitement. So before I close, let's ask the question, how could Argentina actually strengthen its commitment more? Well, it could enhance the commitment to absolutely reduce emissions. It could ramp up renewables, especially wind and solar, because the potential is so unbelievably great. It could also reduce methane emissions from oil and gas production. And by the way, methane is a marketable product, so that's a profitable activity, even as it reduces emissions. So this is all good news. We have seen also the building of public support throughout Argentina to do more for saving the climate. And again, it's because, like everywhere else in the world, the people of Argentina know we share the same earth, we share the same future. Now we have to make a sustainable future a reality.
Muchas gracias, ex vicepresidente Al Gore. Durante cada hora hablaremos de las soluciones que ya se están implementando en cada uno de los 24 países. En Argentina, el camino comienza en la cima de una escalera de 200 pies de altura, gracias a la compañía IMSA, que está inyectándole nueva vida a la comunidad con la creación de fuentes de energía limpia y trabajos que respetan el medio ambiente.
Around the world, communities are embracing clean and healthy solutions to fight the climate crisis. With a global agreement now in place, the time for action is now.
Arriba del aerogenerador se ve todo. Se ve todo el paisaje, se ve el pueblo, se ve toda la fauna, la flora del lugar. Ok, copiado. Yo me he subido a todas las turbinas del parque y la verdad que si bien es un trabajo peligroso, realmente es emocionante.
Evidentemente el tema de las energías renovables es una situación que se viene dando en el mundo, fundamentalmente en Sudamérica en los últimos años. El hecho de cargar con la mochila de ser sudamericano en un mundo donde la ciencia y la tecnología parece que se desarrollara en otro polo, en Europa, en Estados Unidos, esa mochila de ser sudamericano nos obliga siempre a estar a la vanguardia de los desarrollos tecnológicos. IMSA tiene un papel fundamental de cara al futuro de las energías renovables. Es que es una empresa que desarrolla su propia tecnología, tanto de centrales hidroeléctricas como también nuestros aerogeneradores. Esa matriz la fabricamos acá en Argentina, ¿correcto?
Sí, sí. Se ha fabricado y bueno, y ahora está funcionando.
¿Para cuántos estatores tiene la...?
De acá se tiene el control total del parque. Informa el estado de cada máquina. Por ejemplo, estas máquinas que están en verde, que tienen la figura que está girando, son máquinas que están produciendo energía.
Es un área muy favorable para la energía eólica. Primero y principal por la calidad de los vientos, los cuales, digamos, tienen la particularidad de ser ni muy elevados ni muy bajos.
El nodo de Mogasta consta de 3 departamentos. En la zona hay este departamento donde estamos nosotros acá, se llama Departamento Arauco. El departamento vecino es el departamento San Blas de los Sauces y el otro departamento Castro Barrio. Y estaríamos alimentando casi 3 departamentos y medio, podemos decir, que serían más o menos 60.000 hogares. Antes había muchos problemas, ahora con esta energía que sale de acá, eso ha mejorado mucho. Para mí es importante que todo sea nacional o local, la mano de obra o el pensamiento, la inteligencia de los muchachos de la zona o referido a este parque o de Argentina, muy potente.
Tiene como misión fundamental o tal vez como responsabilidad darle nacimiento a esa industria que es inédita en Argentina, es inédita en la región. Y desde ese punto de vista estamos ante una situación técnicamente histórica, ¿no? Estamos siendo impulsores, como técnicos, como ingenieros, como tecnólogos, como IMSA en Mendoza, muchos chicos que van a la facultad, que hacen pasantías aquí en la compañía. Yo tuve la posibilidad de ser uno de ellos y después quedarme a trabajar aquí. Probablemente sea el sueño de muchos chicos, ¿no?, que ven a su padre, a su abuelo, a su tío como ídolos a una temprana edad. Tengo una historia familiar ligada con la compañía. Mi abuelo trabajó en IMSA con mi tío también trabajó en IMSA, es decir, para mí es un orgullo. proceso de reconversión de nuestra matriz energética va a ser lento. Nosotros hoy somos muy dependientes en Argentina fundamentalmente de lo que es el carbón o de lo que son centrales térmicas. Aquí lo que tenemos que tratar de hacer como argentinos, como tecnólogos, es aportar para que eso suceda. Acá no se trata solamente de energías verdes, se trata de una industria. Hay muchas compañías, mucho más pequeñas que IMSA, que son parte del satélite. Hay muchas pymes que trabajan en IMSA o para IMSA y que nos ayudan en el desarrollo de nueva tecnología.
Creo que falta todavía mucho por hacer en esa materia, pero creo que con el nuevo gobierno y demás, por lo que se puede apreciar, creo que es algo que se va a ir fomentando más. Yo en particular me veo bien con respecto a ese cambio porque significa más trabajo para mí, sí, nuevos desafíos.
Innovators are hard at work. We can make climate action a reality. Together, we're on the road forward.
Ya hemos aprendido un poco sobre lo que está haciendo la Argentina para luchar en contra de la crisis climática. Pero ahora queremos saber de ustedes. Envíenos sus tweets con el hashtag 24 Hours of Reality para que ustedes también sean parte de esta conversación. Por las próximas 24 horas estaremos conectándonos con gente que nos está viendo alrededor del mundo y con gente como ustedes que nos están enviando sus comentarios desde casa. La crisis climática nos afecta a todos y queremos asegurarnos que cada una de sus voces sea escuchada. Por esto, vamos de inmediato con el actor, activista y experto en las redes sociales y mi amigo Calum Worthy. Calum, how are you doing?
I'm fantastic. It's so great to see you again.
It's
2 years
great
in a
to see
row.
you. I know. Take it away.
Thank you so much. I'm Calum Worthy, and I am so honored to be your host for all the social media segments for 24 Hours of Reality. And here's the deal. I will be here for the entire 24-hour broadcast. I'm not going anywhere. No naps, no restroom breaks. I will be here looking at your posts with the hashtag 24 Hours of Reality. And I am so grateful to have an amazing co-host, Peyton List, with me, a fellow Disney Channel star.
Hi guys, yeah, I'm so excited to be here with Calum. Thank you for having me. And behind us we have this heat map. So everyone that's tweeting with the hashtag 24 Hours of Reality, your tweets, that's where your homes are glowing. So keep sending those our way.
We actually have a bet going on right now, but by the end of the night, this whole map will be glowing, and we'll all have to wear sunglasses in this room.
That's the goal.
Man, Europe is doing some amazing things right now.
I know, dang Europe.
I cannot wait to
I'm
check out
impressed.
all of your posts. So why don't we actually check out some of the posts right now? We have this amazing video from Lenarta, and I hope I'm saying that right. She sent in a video talking about how we can make a difference with the climate movement. So thank you so much. And you can send in video, and we can air them live.
Thanks,
what else do we
Lenarta.
have? Gila, let's check out
Gila
what you
sent the most adorable GIF. It's of these polar bears. I could just watch this for 24 hours and be super happy with that.
That is amazing. I hope Gila is one of those polar bears. That's what I'm hoping. We also got an amazing thing from CK. She said, Edward Norton supports 24 Hours of Reality. Me too. I'm a huge Ed Norton fan, and I actually did a video with him where he talked about what kids can do to help in the climate change movement. Check that out. It'll be on my Instagram page.
Yeah.
Let's see what else we have. We have an amazing tweet from the UN Foundation. Thank you so much for tweeting in on that.
And there's also a tweet from our friend Sophia Carson, and she's super proud of you, Calum, and we all care about the future of our planet. So thanks, Sophia.
Sophia, thank you so much. So remember, the hashtag is 24 Hours of Reality. And remember, when you use hashtag 24 Hours of Reality, you are telling the world leaders that you want real solutions to the greatest challenge of our time. We'll see you soon.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you very much. Y ahora viajamos hasta la Ciudad de México, donde se encuentra la actriz y productora Carla Souza. Ella está acompañada de Juan Carlos Villalonga, el vicepresidente de la Comisión de Recursos Naturales y Conservación del Medio Ambiente. Bienvenida, Carla. Bienvenido, Juan Carlos.
Gracias, Vanessa. Así como has dicho, estoy aquí sentada con Juan Carlos Villalonga. Muchas gracias por estar con nosotros en México. Bueno, empecemos. ¿Cómo ha sido tu trabajo con soluciones en energía renovable? ¿Cómo ha sido el progreso con eso?
Bueno, a ver, desde los 90 he estado de manera directamente involucrado en lo que es el desarrollo de las renovables en Argentina. En los 90 era yo te diría un desarrollo incipiente el que estaba habiendo en ese momento con la energía eólica básicamente. Argentina posee un recurso extraordinario en esa materia, en términos de calidad de viento disponible es inmenso, el espacio disponible es inmenso. Y en ese momento, bueno, era el boom de la energía eólica comenzaba a desplegarse en el mundo y la Argentina comenzó también incipientemente en ese momento. Pero bueno, luego después una terrible crisis económica ya a finales de los 90, lo cual hizo que todo se paralizara y bueno, hubo que esperar durante la década pasada para tener nuevas leyes, nuevos instrumentos legales que pusieran nuevamente la energía eólica y renovables en general, te diría en la discusión pública. No pasó mucho y creo que ahora estamos en una etapa muy interesante. Creo que el 2016 ha sido el mejor año en esta materia para la Argentina. Hemos comenzado con una serie de subastas, de licitaciones de grandes proyectos de renovables con enorme éxito, por la cantidad y por los precios alcanzados. Así que creo que estamos en una etapa donde por fin este gigante que es Argentina comienza a caminar.
¿Y qué dirías tú que es como el problema o la dificultad más grande que se enfrenta Argentina con la crisis del clima y también cuál es el impacto que tiene en Argentina la crisis del clima?
Los impactos en Argentina son, te diría a grandes rasgos, bastante similares a lo que sufren muchas regiones. Quizás una de las más visibles o quizás de las más fotográficas es la retracción generalizada de todos los glaciares en la cordillera de los Andes, ¿no? Que no solo se está dando en lo que es el extremo sur del continente, sino también en los glaciares que están de las latitudes medias hacia arriba, y que son glaciares muy críticos porque son los que son parte esencial del circuito del suministro de agua, tanto del lado de Chile como del lado de Argentina, lo que son los oasis, que para ubicarnos es la zona de Cuyo en la Argentina, donde los cursos de agua que provienen de la alta montaña, bueno, han permitido no solo el aprovechamiento hidroeléctrico, el desarrollo de esas regiones y, por supuesto, los asentamientos humanos. Si eso se deteriora por la desaparición de los glaciares, obviamente va a haber toda una actividad económica y una zona vasta de la Argentina y de Chile también que lo van a sufrir. Y estos glaciares tienen, te diría, una vida, se estima que durante este siglo van a desaparecer. Por lo tanto, hay que extremar cuidados para no seguir dañándolos. Esto quizás es el ejemplo más fuerte, ¿no? Más visible porque uno puede fotografiar y compararlo con fotografías de décadas atrás y es algo extraordinario lo que está pasando, dramático. Por supuesto también hay una notable cambio en los patrones de lo que hace las lluvias. Tenemos una leve tendencia a mayores precipitaciones en la zona centro-norte del país, pero fundamentalmente ha cambiado el modo en que se presentan estas lluvias, con fuertes tormentas, digamos, ha aumentado la frecuencia en la aparición de tormentas severas.
Y el drenaje.
Y esto genera una situación crítica en ciudades como Buenos Aires, ¿no? Porque obviamente tienen un sistema pluvial diseñado para, bueno, lo que fue principios del siglo pasado, o sea, un clima que ya no existe. Esto obliga, bueno, a enormes inversiones para lo que es adaptación.
Y eso
hay que readaptar toda
después lo que viene el dengue con todo eso
por supuesto que esta tropicalización que se está dando en los climas templados ha hecho que se desplacen vectores de enfermedades que típicamente son más de ámbitos tropicales, nunca han estado de manera endémica en climas templados como la Argentina, Uruguay, y esto comienza a ver ya el circuito completo de la enfermedad en nuestro país. Estas son, te diría, síntomas que estaban en la teoría y que ahora lo estamos viendo ya en la realidad, con lo cual, bueno, la concordancia muestra claramente que esto se vincula con el cambio climático.
Ya es una realidad, como dices, ¿no?
Claro.
Oye, y su presidente, Mauricio Macri, bueno, propuso llenar la Patagonia, ¿no? Con turbinas de viento. ¿En qué proceso está esa propuesta?
Lo que te decía, creo que esa visión que puede haber sonado a promesa, hoy se está convirtiendo en una verdadera política de Estado.
Qué bueno.
Creo que las licitaciones que comenzaron a desarrollarse desde este año son un paso firme en este sentido. A ver, se licitaron 1000 megas de proyectos de energías renovables y se adjudicaron 2.400. Esto te habla de la enorme cantidad de proyectos que se presentaron y la viabilidad y los precios excelentes que se obtuvieron. Esto es una buena noticia.
Sí.
Pero es una buena noticia no solo para Argentina, sino para la región. Argentina tiene un potencial que seguramente en el mediano o largo plazo vamos a estar compartiendo mucha esta energía con los países vecinos. Entonces, esto va a repetirse todos los años, la próxima licitación es en mayo del año que viene, con el objetivo de llegar al 8% a finales del 2018, de alrededor del 10% de la matriz eléctrica renovable para el 2020 y un 20% para el 2025. Estos son los objetivos que están incluso plasmados en leyes. Argentina puede hacer mucho más incluso. Pero bueno, esto es el primer paso, insisto, es un gigante en materia de renovables, reconocido a nivel internacional y nadie entendía muy bien por qué Argentina no estaba poniéndose en movimiento.
Sí.
Bueno, al fin lo estamos haciendo y creo que esta es una de las grandes buenas noticias que la región está teniendo.
Oye, y la ganadería, bueno, es una industria muy fuerte en Argentina, ¿no?
Sí.
¿Cómo podemos hacer para reducir las emisiones agrícolas? Tenemos un poquito tiempo, me están diciendo, para
Sí,
explicar
mira,
eso.
el sector de la agroindustria, tanto la ganadería como la agricultura en la Argentina replica bastante de manera muy similar a lo que ocurre en el mundo. El 20-25% de las emisiones provienen de ese sector. Creo que el sector a corto plazo tiene dos grandes desafíos. El primero, convertirse en un sector productor de energía, biocombustibles, biomasa, biogás. Y por supuesto también dejar de ser un factor de presión sobre los bosques nativos. Dejar de presionar para que siga habiendo la deforestación que hay. Creo que estos dos elementos son cruciales a corto plazo. En el mediano plazo sí, cambiar métodos productivos. Por supuesto la ganadería también tendrá que rever mucho de sus prácticas y también tenemos que rever prácticas que hace la dieta.
Dieta, ¿no? Sí.
La ganadería a nivel mundial es de peso porque también tenemos una dieta muy dependiente, muy volcada hacia la carne y eso hace que tengamos que equilibrar las cosas.
Claro.
Y creo que a futuro es el sector que además tiene una gran responsabilidad. Para ir a una economía baja en carbono, el sector tiene que ser un sumidero, absorber emisiones y absorber emisiones de otros sectores.
Oye, Juan Carlos, sabes que esto está en vivo, entonces ya nos vamos de regreso a Nueva York con Vanessa, pero muchísimas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros. Vanessa, de regreso con ustedes en Nueva York.
Muchísimas gracias, Carla, por esa excelente entrevista. Ahora es un gusto para mí darle la bienvenida a una súper talentosa ganadora del premio Grammy, Esperanza Spalding.
So we are surrounded by monuments, pleasant and sometimes unpleasant, the evidence of a lot of human beings living it up on this planet. This song is an invitation to build the kind of monuments that don't take up space and natural resources and become trash, but rather can be passed on through the heart. Silent stones outlive the bones of the men who came before me. Painted hands, long gone, still carry on through the rock our people's story. Iron and glass may well outlast my time in the memory of me. I clap and sing for my song to ring through the heart of our people's story. What will our story be amidst these buildings and monuments? Crumbling accomplishments will be surely returning to dust. So if something must carry on, I wonder and worry, what can I leave for the future man? For him to understand that we were surely wrong, building all of this stuff and forgetting to love. With this rhythm and song, why don't we build a pyramid out of love so the sands of time can't take it if we make it deep in our hearts and remember that we can pass it on with our hands and songs. Love, love, hey, hey, oh, could leave one thing in these buildings and monuments, oh, my big accomplishment would be simply passing it on. Love, 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 love. I said, silent stones outlive the bones of the men who came before me. Painted hands long gone still carry on through the rock the people's story. Iron and glass may well outlast my time in the memory of me. I clap and sing for my song to ring through the heart my people's story.
Thank you so much, Esperanza. That was absolutely beautiful. Bueno, hay mucha gente alrededor del planeta que se ha comprometido a ser mensajero y activista en la lucha contra esta crisis climática. Algunos de ellos han sido personalmente entrenados por el ex vicepresidente Al Gore y un grupo de científicos internacionales para convertirse en líderes climáticos. En instantes les diremos cómo ustedes también pueden hacer parte de este grupo. Pero antes regresamos a Argentina a conocer a una de estas líderes. Quiero darle la bienvenida a Thaís Gadea Lara, quien se encuentra con la actriz y productora Carla Souza en la Ciudad de México, con una entrevista que nos va a llenar de inspiración. Adelante.
Así es, muchas gracias, Vanessa. Estamos aquí en la Ciudad de México con Thaís. Muchas gracias por estar con nosotros.
Un placer.
Cuéntanos, tú eres una periodista medioambiental y dices que tu trabajo ha ido evolucionando junto con tu percepción de la crisis del clima. ¿Cómo ha sido esa evolución?
Bueno, yo estudié comunicación social, siempre con la idea desde chica de ser justamente periodista. Empecé escribiendo sobre temas de emprendedorismo y hasta que me topé en una de esas notas con comunicar sobre un emprendimiento vinculado a diseño sustentable. Y desde entonces me di cuenta que algo que ya a mí me preocupaba, que era lo que le estaba ocurriendo al planeta, yo también como periodista y comunicadora podía empezar a hacer algo que era justamente dar a conocer, comunicar sobre la temática, no solo desde el lado de los problemas, sino también desde el lado de las soluciones, de lo que se puede hacer. Desde que escribí ese artículo que dije yo no puedo escribir, no puedo hablar de otra cosa que no sea sobre temas de ambiente y sustentabilidad, y seguí con eso hasta el día de hoy.
Sí, no, muy bien. Y bueno, ¿cuál dices tú que ha sido tu mayor inspiración tanto como líder en concientización medioambiental?
Bueno, yo siempre digo que me gusta trabajar con temas de género, así que tengo un hombre y una mujer que fueron mi inspiración. Como mujer, Jane Goodall, con todo el cuidado de los animales, ¿no? Esa dedicación que ha tenido en tiempos en donde la concientización ambiental no era lo que es hoy, hay que entender eso, y ella tiene 81 años. Sí. Y desde el lado masculino, Al Gore, pero sobre todo desde el punto de vista de la comunicación, ¿no? Y de entender que desde cualquiera sea nuestro rol en la sociedad, en nuestro trabajo, podemos hacer algo por ese tema. O sea, él desde la política lo hizo y cuando ya no tenía ese cargo, continuó con una organización para seguir formando a otras personas, y eso para mí fue un símbolo de decir, bueno, incluso siendo periodista, o sea, no es que solo tenía que ser activista y evitar, ¿no?, que cacen ballenas cortando con un barco, sino que también siendo periodista podía hacer algo.
¿Y cuál piensas tú que ha sido así tu logro más grande como periodista y como vocera y líder en crisis del clima?
Yo creo que fue la experiencia, ¿no?, de haberme capacitado con Al Gore, haber tenido la experiencia de empezar a ser Climate Reality Leader, por una cuestión de que a uno lo permite formar desde muchas cosas, pero sobre todo entender cómo comunicar sobre estos temas. Porque muchas veces la gente puede leer, puede escuchar noticias de cambio climático, pero es un desafío muy grande el que tenemos los periodistas respecto de cómo comunicamos. Claro. Porque muchas veces el tema del cambio climático es apocalíptico, pareciera apocalíptico. Y el desafío que tenemos es en contar el problema, pero por sobre todo también contar qué es lo que la gente puede hacer, cualquiera sea su lugar, ya sea desde quienes tienen roles en empresas, quienes están en el sector público y también el ciudadano común.
Claro, y motivarlos, ¿no? Como con una partida positiva. ¿Y qué dirías tú? Bueno, tú enfatizas muchísimo el tiempo y la relación que tiene el tiempo con la crisis del clima y mismo has dicho que el ser, digamos, activista medioambiental es a veces más importante que la propia política. Cuéntanos un poco sobre eso.
Sí, yo me gusta entender el activismo, ¿no?, desde el punto de vista del actuar, porque muchas veces el activismo se lo ha vinculado únicamente a ciertas asociaciones y yo creo que tiene que ver con el actuar, con las cosas que nosotros podemos hacer en el día a día. He tenido la oportunidad de escribir justamente un artículo sobre activismo y lo que yo intentaba que le llegara a los lectores con esa nota era que ellos también con sus acciones cotidianas podían hacer un activismo en pos, ¿no?, de lo que era el ambiente, empezar a entender cuál es el rol que tenemos cada uno, ¿no?, desde la sociedad. Desde ese punto de vista me parece que hay que repensar un poco el activismo, que creo que es también lo que nos fomentan cuando nos entrenamos como Climate Reality Leaders y lo que yo intenté cuando fui mentora en Toronto, intenté también que he tenido mentees de todas las edades y desde diferentes partes del mundo y que yo intentaba inculcarles eso, porque muchas veces uno en los entrenamientos recibe un montón de información y después dice, bueno, ¿qué hago con todo eso?
Sí, porque a gente justo, como dices, bueno, el activismo medioambiental puede ser un poco difícil, no es palpable para mucha gente, entonces, ¿qué le dirías tú a ellos que no entienden cómo sus acciones a diario tienen efectos inmediatos en el clima? ¿Qué les dirías a ellos como para despedazarlo un poco?
Yo creo que lo que les diría es entender que es un problema que es real, más allá de lo que diga cualquier persona o de lo que diga cualquier institución, ¿no? Es un problema que empiecen a tratar de identificar justamente cómo ese problema los está afectando en el día a día, ¿no? En su ciudad, en su barrio, en su país. Y sobre todo entender la posibilidad desde el consumo, el impacto que podemos generar nosotros desde el consumo, que es algo que muchas veces parece invisible, pero desde ahí nosotros también estamos generando un impacto y tenemos la posibilidad, ¿no?, de cambiar la situación. Yo siempre digo, entender el cambio climático es entender que el ser humano es el origen del problema. Y eso es una mala noticia. La buena noticia es que todavía estamos a tiempo de cambiar ese mismo problema. Está en nosotros justamente si queremos pasar a la historia como los que revertimos la situación o como los que la continuamos.
Sí, pues eso estamos haciendo ahorita, ¿no? Y bueno, estamos en vivo. Muchas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros en México. Y Vanessa, regresamos con ustedes y Al Gore a Nueva York. Les mandamos un abrazo a todos por allá.
Sí, Carla, muchas gracias para ti y para Thais. Y si esta entrevista te ha inspirado a ayudar a cambiar el mundo, luchar contra la crisis climática y educar a tu comunidad, esta es tu oportunidad. Tú también puedes ser un líder climático del Climate Reality Project. Regístrate hoy.
Climate change is our biggest challenge yet. The world's getting warmer, seas are rising, and our weather is getting more and more dangerous. We've got to stop. The good news is that we can. And all across the planet, climate reality leaders are leading the fight. They are inspiring people to stand up and take action when it matters. You can join them. Become a climate reality leader and learn what it means to lead a world-changing movement. You'll train with former Vice President Al Gore and some of the best scientists and influencers out there. You'll learn the latest on climate science and solutions, and learn how to share it with a message that moves audiences to act. You want to make a difference? Now learn how. Become the world changer you know you can be. Become a climate reality leader.
Hey everyone, I'm Jamil Smith. Before we wrap things up this hour, we'd like to introduce you to a special guest. You probably recognize actor Bradley Whitford from the hit American television show The West Wing. But what you may not know is that he is also a passionate climate activist. He's joining me now via satellite in Los Angeles. Hey, Bradley.
How are you, man?
Not too bad, not too bad.
Good.
So Bradley, as a strong advocate for climate action, you've said that, quote, nature does not wait for the political process. What made you get involved in raising awareness on the climate crisis?
Well, I've been alarmed about this for a long time. Certainly Al Gore's work put a bright spotlight on it. And I have children, and I don't like the way this issue has been politicized over the years. You know, in 1990, George Bush's dad said that climate change is real. the science is in and that the United States should lead. In 2006, John McCain had a cap and trade bill, and for some reason this has become a political football, and it's dangerous to my children's future. So it became something I wanted to put a spotlight on.
So then how do we work towards solutions for the climate crisis in the face of this staunch political opposition? I mean, you have a lot of climate deniers in Congress. How do you work with that?
Yeah, it's really tough. You know, I recently had an opportunity to work on the wonderful climate change documentary series, Years of Living Dangerously, and I was specifically working with Republicans who were initially resistant to acknowledging the science of climate change, and the Citizens Climate Lobby is this wonderful organization led by a guy named Jay Butera, who focuses particularly on Republicans who are resistant to working on this. And basically what you have to find is common ground. And there is some surprising common ground to me. I think a lot of us have this notion that corporations are against any progress in combating climate change. Right. And the truth of it is that fossil fuel corporations are very much against making any progress, but the vast majority of the corporate community wants predictability, just as the Defense Department wants predictability. So you start with common ground there, you move on from the points of disagreement, and you need both. You need soft pressure, and you need, you need vehement advocacy. You need both.
Now, have you witnessed progress on the recognition of the climate crisis in Washington beyond, say, the people that you spoke with?
Well, this was before the election, and I think obviously things have changed in a more challenging way. I was glad to hear that Al Gore was meeting today. When I finished working on this, and honestly, I was going on the assumption that there would be no question but that we would honor the Paris Agreement at this point, I was actually hearing from young Republicans, Carlos Curbelo in the 26th district in Florida, who came out during his campaign saying, we need to come up with some climate solutions. I was hearing from young Republicans, very conservative Republicans, that they want to be on the right side of history. And I do think that with the right kind of advocacy and the right kind of reaching out, we can bring some of those people over. Again, Ronald Reagan, you know, the scientists came to every office I was in, there's a picture of Ronald Reagan. And I reminded them that the scientists came together and said, hey, we got a hole in the ozone, we need to do something about it. And it didn't become a partisan issue.
Right. Well, so appealing, you mentioned corporate America before. Can you think maybe reaching them is the way through corporate America, or is it reaching corporate America is you do it through government? How is the best way to do it, you think?
Well, I worry in this current political situation that we're in. I think corporations are going to have to put some pressure on these people because it's become very obviously irrationally polarized politically, and we have to continue to get the message out there that it's not a choice between being economically responsible or being responsible in terms of creating jobs. It's not a choice between that and our generational obligation to preserve our delicate planet for our kids. We have to continue to show that these things are not mutually exclusive. And I was hearing from, honestly, mostly the younger Republicans that they see an opportunity there. I mean, I don't want to say this out loud, but you know, I honestly think the Republican Party, if they became real advocates and fought for climate solutions, could run the table for several generations. But don't tell them that. I'm glad I'm not saying that on camera.
Well, we'll just keep it between us. Thank you, Bradley Whitford. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay,
all right.
Man. Thanks.
And now let's check in with Caleb Worthy and Peyton List to see what you're saying at hashtag 24 Hours of Reality.
Welcome back. We are having an amazing time looking through all of your incredible social media posts. And Peyton, you have some awesome news, don't you?
Yeah, I just saw a tweet from TT Mobile US, and they said hashtag 24 hours of reality is now trending in the US. So that's amazing.
But it's not quite good enough. We want this trending worldwide in every single country. Let's look at some of the other tweets we have right now. We have Carla, who is one of our hosts in Mexico City right now. Thank you so much for sending in that post. We also have some fellow Disney Channel stars. Check this out. Laura Morano, who we both have worked with on Disney Channel. She was on Austin and Ally. And another Austin and Ally cast member, Rainey Rodriguez, sent in this huge message. And I will not forget to smile. I will not forget to smile. I also want to highlight this post as well. It's from Mark Neufeld. And Mark Neufeld was actually my high school teacher. Oh. And he's the one that got me involved in the climate movement. And the Global Solutions in Ottawa are doing amazing things. So thank you so much for sending this post in. And remember, you can be on Twitter, Instagram.
Oh yeah, Facebook, Periscope.
Vine, Google+. We will be looking for the hashtag 24 hours of reality in all of those outlets, and we cannot wait to see what's up next. Now, maybe we should actually have a selfie challenge. Why don't you guys send in selfies of you guys watching 24 hours of reality? Talk to you soon.
Thank you so much, guys. That was really, really cool. Bueno, en la última hora hemos conocido algunos de los desafíos únicos que el pueblo argentino enfrenta y a su vez el gran compromiso para trabajar hacia un futuro sostenible. Recuerda que el factor más poderoso en la lucha contra la crisis climática eres tú. Sé parte del esfuerzo y conviértete hoy en un activista climático. Únete a nosotros comunicando soluciones simples y reales. Lo primero que tienes que hacer es registrar tu correo electrónico en el sitio web de 24hoursofreality.org. Una vez allí, recibirás un kit de herramientas de acción lleno de soluciones y maneras en las que tú puedes hacer parte de esta lucha una vez termine nuestra transmisión. 2. Asegúrate que tu voz sea escuchada. Déjale saber a tus líderes lo que piensas de la crisis climática. Entra a 24hoursofreality.org y allí te guiaremos para que tu voz llegue a los oídos de tus representantes. Y 3. Levántate, conviértete en un pionero en tu comunidad y juntos continuaremos este trabajo en el camino hacia adelante.
Dear world leaders, we all know that the climate crisis is here.
We are all affected by it.
और अगर ये हमारे ऊपर होता तो
we would do something about it.
In fact, some of us already are.
In
our communities.
In our businesses.
We are doing our part.
Now it's your turn.
As our leaders.
As the ones bestowed with power.
The power to represent the people.
Please listen.
Listen to the land.
Listen to the ocean.
Listen to the science.
Actually, we have some demands.
We demand that you protect what's left.
Stop using fossil fuels.
And when you do,
the world will be a better place instantly.
Together, we can make it a reality.
This world is breathed by the wind of change.
One can decide the guilty and the innocent. How will you raise your hand when they call your name? Say yeah, yeah, yeah. We weren't born to follow. Come on and get up off your knees. Life is a bitter pill to swallow. Gotta hold on to what you believe. Believe that the sun will shine tomorrow. Your saints and sinners bleed. We weren't born to follow. You gotta stand up for what you believe. Let me hear you say yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. This one's about and I wanna cause it differently. This one's about the wanna causes and spits. This ain't about living in a fantasy. This ain't about giving up or giving and say yeah, yeah, yeah. We weren't born to follow. Get up off your knees. Life is a bitter pill to swallow. You gotta hold on to what you believe. Believe that the sun will shine tomorrow. Amen, saints and sinners bleed. We weren't born to follow. You gotta stand up for what you believe. Let me hear you say yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Come on. Let me hear you say yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. On guitar. We weren't born to follow. Come on and get up off your knees. Life is a bitter pill to swallow. Gotta hold on to what you believe. Believe that the sun will shine tomorrow. Amen, saints and sinners bleed. We weren't born to follow. You gotta stand up for what you believe. Let me hear you say yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Come on. Let me hear you say yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. We were born to follow. Oh yeah. We were born to follow. Oh yeah.
Hi, I'm Brian Cranston. By now, climate change is affecting all of us, and it's urgent that we act to reduce greenhouse gas emissions so our children can inherit a healthy world to live in. We took a huge step forward on the issue last year when the world's leaders signed an agreement to address climate change. Now, the hard work of taking action has to begin. We're on the road forward. Be sure to join me on 24hoursofreality.org and sign up to make sure we make climate change a reality. Thank you.
Bienvenidos nuevamente, yo soy Vanessa Ock. Gracias por continuar con nosotros en 24 Hours of Reality, The Road Forward, 24 horas de realidad, el camino hacia adelante. Hace un año el mundo se reunió en París para la COP21. Allí 195 naciones se comprometieron a reducir las emisiones contaminantes y a limitar así el aumento en la temperatura del planeta. Fue un acuerdo histórico, pero ese era solo el principio. Ahora viene verdaderamente el trabajo para hacer cumplir estos compromisos. Los invito a que viajen con nosotros desde nuestra sede en el Parque Liberty State en New Jersey, de la mano del fundador y director del Climate Reality Project, el vicepresidente de los Estados Unidos. Al Gore guiará este viaje alrededor del mundo, donde visitaremos los 24 países más contaminantes del planeta. En nuestra transmisión exploraremos las soluciones de cada nación, los retos que enfrentan y cómo pueden lograr un futuro sostenible. Continuamos en el camino hacia adelante en Venezuela. Venezuela está en el puesto número 22 en la lista de los países más contaminantes del planeta. Su meta es reducir los gases de efecto de invernadero en un 20%. La nación recientemente ha comenzado a hacer reformas en los subsidios de la industria de los combustibles fósiles y a desarrollar un plan nacional de un sistema de energía eléctrica. Ahora quiero darle la bienvenida a quien ha liderado con educación e inspiración el camino en esta crisis climática. El fundador y director del Climate Reality Project, el ex vicepresidente de los Estados Unidos, el señor Al Gore. Bienvenido de regreso, Mr. Gore.
Gracias otra vez, Vanessa. Thank you so much. And it's great to talk about Venezuela. This is the second in our series. And as I mentioned before, we're not taking them in order of the size of national emissions of global warming pollution, but just a reminder, these are the 24 largest national emitters of global warming pollution, and number 22 on the list is the beautiful country of Venezuela. I start every slide, Joe, with a reminder of the fact that this is what it's all about, our planetary home. This is the first picture we had of the Earth from space, and this is the famous blue marble. But think for a moment about the atmosphere. It is a very thin line surrounding the planet. The sky is not a vast and limitless expanse. It's a very narrow space. And we're using that space now as an open sewer, unfortunately, for 110 million tons of global warming pollution being dumped into it every single day. And that's really what we're talking about. There's a lot of good news, but we need to focus on what the problem is first. And the biggest single source of the problem is the emission of carbon dioxide from the burning of fossil fuels, on which we still depend worldwide for 80% of all our energy. And as you can see from this image, after World War II, the CO2 emissions from burning fossil fuels just really began to skyrocket. If you look very carefully at the upper right-hand corner, you see actually it's been level for 3 years now, and that may indicate we're at a tipping point, an inflection point. I think we are. But let's take a closer look at Venezuela's emissions. They have also been trending upward, and if you look closely at where Venezuelans' global warming pollution comes from, almost 60% is from energy, and almost more than a quarter of it is from land use and forestry, and the balance from agriculture and industry. But if you look more closely at the energy sector, where the vast majority of these emissions are coming from, you see it's electricity and heat, manufacturing and construction, transportation, and the rest. Now, the emissions worldwide of this heat-trapping, man-made global warming pollution, this is raising the temperatures on the Earth, and everybody knows this. 14 of the 15 hottest years ever measured have been since 2001, and the scientists already know, even though there are 2 weeks left in this year is the hottest year ever measured. It broke the record that was set last year, which broke the record set 1 year before that in 2014. So the trend is really clear. And if you step back and look since 1880, what the trend is, it's very, very clear. Now, not only is it getting hotter, the warmer temperatures worldwide have a lot of consequences. For example, the extra heat is disrupting the water cycle. Much more water evaporates off the oceans, and that means that the rainfall events are much more intense. We get these massive downpours. Some people call them rain bombs now, and there's a longer period of time in between these big downpours. But these massive downpours cause terrible floods. In Venezuela, as one of the experts in Venezuela pointed out, the same amount of rain that used to fall in weeks or a month can now fall in a single morning. And so you get these big flood events like the ones that displaced 40,000 people in this city in Venezuela and another one last year. Now, it's ironic that at the same time we have these bigger floods and mudslides, this same extra heat also sucks the soil moisture out of the ground and creates more droughts. We've seen that in Bolivar state. The drought this year in Venezuela has been the worst in almost a half century. And as I mentioned, in Bolivar state this year, this also disrupted the production of hydroelectric energy because the dams don't have water backed up behind them. In fact, the historic village of Potosi is now visible for the first time in over 30 years because the drought has uncovered it. Now, everyone knows there have been some difficulties and some turmoil in Venezuela, but one of the reasons is because of the disruption of the hydroelectric energy, because of the disruption of the rainfall, of the amount of water that is stored behind the dams to produce electricity. It's also important to remember that Venezuela is one of those rare nations that has fantastic resources of biodiversity. Amphibians are greatly at risk in Venezuela, and the Amazonian part of Venezuela has been losing a lot of forest land. But Venezuela has stepped forward. In spite of everything, they came to Paris and joined the rest of the world in signing the Paris Agreement, agreeing to work with virtually every other nation in the world to sharply reduce greenhouse emissions and get to net zero emissions as early in the next half of this century as possible. Specifically, Venezuela committed in the Paris Agreement to implement a plan that would reduce emissions by 20% relative to business as usual. Now, this is conditional on receipt of technology transfer and finance and so forth, but they're in the process of developing a national adaptation plan, which they have committed to do. Now, this comes at a time worldwide when we are fortunate to have solutions at hand. They're cost effective, they're available, they're creating a lot of excitement worldwide and creating a lot of jobs also. Let's take a look at wind power. The cost of wind power onshore has been coming down dramatically. The same thing is true with offshore wind. And if you look carefully at Venezuela, you can see there is an amazing potential for creating abundant electricity from wind potential, even onshore, but especially offshore, not far from the shore. This is an exciting prospect that investors and business people and technicians are looking at. Now let's look at solar. As everybody knows, the cost of solar cells has been coming down dramatically, almost the way computer chips came down at an historically rapid rate. And again, if you look more closely at Venezuela's potential for solar, it's fantastic. It has great potential. And there are now plans underway to develop it. You're seeing the Sowing Light program that's brought solar power to some of the most isolated communities in Venezuela, inspiring a lot of hope. This is a fantastic development. And we also have heard the plans announced in Venezuela to add another 613 megawatts of new renewable energy within the next 2 years. So that's also quite exciting. But before closing, let's look at ways that Venezuela could strengthen its climate commitment. One thing would be to enhance its commitment to making unconditional emissions reductions. Most countries are doing that, and there is an opportunity for Venezuela to do that and also to diversify its economy beyond oil and gas. That's the healthy development path that most wise countries in the world are choosing, and that means increasing the commitment to renewable energy, particularly solar and wind, and eliminate the subsidies for fossil fuel. This is a waste of tax money, and it actually slows down the transition to a 21st century economy. Also, Venezuela could reduce methane emissions from its oil and gas production and do so profitably, because methane is a valuable commodity that can be sold in the marketplace. And of course, we hope that it will soon move to actually ratify the Paris Agreement. So I will close this brief presentation on Venezuela where I began, by looking once again at what is at stake. We are pressing the limits of sustainability in the Earth's ecosystem. We have the opportunity to profitably build a sustainable future. Now is the time to make it a reality.
Muchas gracias, Mr. Gore. Sin duda alguna, todo lo que usted ha dicho está right on point. Muchas gracias. Bueno, durante cada hora hablaremos de las soluciones que ya se están implementando en cada uno de los 24 países. En Venezuela, esto significa enfocarse en aprovechar un recurso que tienen en abundancia. Me refiero a la luz del sol.
Around the world, communities are embracing clean and healthy solutions to fight the climate crisis. With a global agreement now in place, the time for action is now.
Cuando uno pasa el avión de Puy y ves este valle, tú dices, bueno, hemos llegado al paraíso. Porque así es como uno lo ve con sus ojos. Son 3 horas en un avión pequeño de vuelo, porque nada más llegas por vía aérea.
Bueno, estamos en Uruguay. Yo vivo aquí, o sea, antes vivía mi abuelo y después ahora eso lo construimos, montamos todo y pusimos a trabajar, o sea, como no llega la electricidad para acá, estamos muy lejos, estamos en medio de la selva y la electricidad no llega para acá, como estamos lejos. Yo usé velas para poder alumbrar los cuartos.
Entonces, claro, ellos se fueron por la energía más fácil, que es la planta eléctrica, y gasolina, pues la conseguían que si de Canaima o algún avión que a lo mejor le traía gasolina. La energía alternativa hoy en día sirve para todo. O sea, la energía alternativa de paneles solares, para tener lo que es la luz.
Después de un amigo mío, Victoria, que trajo los paneles, eso lo montamos. Este es el panel y la batería queda aquí dentro. Aquí, estas son los huequitos para cargar los teléfonos. Y luz, que proviene del panel y la batería. Tengo 3 paneles, o sea, dos paneles aquí en dos churuatas y uno en la cocina y en el comedor. Se alumbra toda la noche y no tengo gasto, o sea, de comprar la gasolina y eso. Entonces...
Pero poco a poco le he ido inculcando de que tienen que llevar a lo que es esta energía de paneles solares, porque esto le va a hacer un beneficio a todos, o sea.
Camarata sí, es una comunidad ubicada en el Parque Nacional Canaima, Estado Bolívar, al sur de Venezuela. Tenemos agua, montañas, tenemos una buena comunidad muy preciosa. Pero sí, estamos hablando de la electricidad, de cómo a través de la hidroeléctrica, que necesitamos que funcione mejor todos estos sistemas. Y el problema de la turbina nada más es que se instaló en un río donde se seca rápido. Antes aguantaba, pero ahorita tiene una fuga grande. Ahorita tenemos ya a los 48 horas, pues. Pero si para de llover, no tiene caída, de repente hasta mañana. Y ahí se para.
Hoy en día tenemos un colegio que es muy bonito. Falta todavía mantener, adaptarle una energía alternativa para que pueda seguir funcionando. En época de sequía, la turbina no les da.
Las luces eléctricas son muy necesarias en todos los espacios educativos. Por ejemplo, aquí se ha hecho un salón de computación, es donde los estudiantes requieren unos tipos de investigaciones a través de internet. Y cuando no hay luz, es como que uno se espera, después con el tiempo igual se acostumbra. Pero ahorita, cuando hay luz, estamos felices, no sé, pero vemos la televisión, información, noticias, lo que pasa en Venezuela, todo eso. Si no, nos quedamos incomunicados.
La vida de ellos allá, de Edgar y Armelinda, que son los del campamento Urián, pues gracias a esa tecnología ellos se ahorran. Las velas tenían que esperar que algún avión se las trajera. A tener esto que no tiene nada que le pueda afectar a su salud y a todo el entorno. Esta energía les da a ellos una posibilidad de haber mejorado sus vidas. Tenemos que buscar innovación y tenemos que pedir también ayuda de quienes nos puedan ayudar, como el gobierno, como empresas privadas. Yo sigo insistiendo, con poco se puede hacer mucho. Nosotros tenemos que mantener ese ambiente intacto como era para nosotros poder mostrar cómo era la historia y no destruirla.
Innovators are hard at work. We can make climate action a reality. Together, we're on the road forward.
Ya hemos aprendido un poco sobre lo que está haciendo Venezuela para luchar en contra de la crisis climática, pero ahora queremos saber de ti. Envíanos tus tweets con el hashtag 24 Hours of Reality para que tú también seas parte de esta conversación. En las próximas 24 horas estaremos conectándonos con gente que nos está viendo alrededor del mundo y con gente también como ustedes que están enviando sus comentarios desde casa. La crisis climática nos afecta a todos y queremos asegurarnos que cada una de sus voces sea escuchada. Vamos de inmediato con los expertos en las redes sociales. Adelante, chicos, ¿cómo estáis?
Guys, we have huge news right now.
Are you ready for this? We are trending number 2 in America. That's right, hashtag 24 Hours of Reality is trending number 2 in America, and it's all because of you and your support. So last time we asked you to send in a selfie along with something about the environment, and we got some amazing responses. But why don't we do a selfie and put it live up on the screen right now? You ready?
We definitely should. Let's see.
Let's use your phone. My mom keeps tweeting me notes about my performance right now, so it's blowing up.
Okay, here we go. Perfect.
You will see that pop up on the screen any moment now. So I want to show you some of these awesome selfies we're getting. We got this awesome selfie from Ethan. He showed it with his cat. That is the #1 cat climate leader in the world.
I feel like the cat's trying to get away. Like it really doesn't want to be in the photo.
That's true. That's true. But the cat loves climate change. Here we go. And we also got this tweet.
Oh yeah, Christina. Ready, Set, Rock 75. I always see you on Twitter and constantly see your tweets. So thank you for sharing this.
We got another one from I Feel the Love, and she sent a photo along with some greenery in her house. Let's see what else we got here. We got a great tweet from Catherine, and she's watching. It might be a watch party of one, but you're not alone. We are all on social media together, so do not feel alone. I'm right there with you. We also got a great one. It's a mother and a daughter from Belinda, which is adorable.
They look a lot alike, actually.
They do. I could tell them. I don't even know their mother and daughter. I'm just guessing it based off that photo. Let's see what else we have. We have Angelina right here with a beautiful message. Thank you so much, Angelina. You are great. This one from Kendall Iser. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. She sent a great message about climate change as well. So thank you so much.
You look gorgeous.
We are so grateful for all of the incredible tweets and posts that we are getting with hashtag 24 hours of reality. So continue to send it in. It's trending number 2 in America. Let's get that to number 1. And also, let's try to make hashtag 24 hours of reality trend worldwide. See you soon.
Thank you so much, guys. Bueno, y ahora regresamos a la Ciudad de México, donde se encuentra la actriz Carla Souza. Ella está acompañada de Carlos Peláez. Él es el coordinador de desarrollo sostenible de Provita. Adelante, chicos.
Muchas gracias, Vanessa. Carlos, muchas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros en México. Y bueno, voy a empezar ya a preguntarte que nos expliques un poquito el papel del programa Yo Cambio y cómo está propagando la información.
Bueno, en Venezuela siempre ha sido muy difícil hablar de desarrollo y de temas de justicia social. Tenemos una deuda de justicia social muy larga que nunca hemos podido resolver. Y como somos un país monoexportador de petróleo desde hace tanto tiempo, no hemos podido salir de vernos como un país que lo único que hace es exportar petróleo. Entonces, cada vez que uno va a hablar de temas de justicia social o desarrollo, etcétera, se ve empastelado en todo este tema ideológico, ¿no? Subjetividades, ideas subjetivas políticas, partidistas, que es muy difícil avanzar hacia un debate sobre el desarrollo, porque siempre se queda pegado ahí. Entonces, ¿cómo salimos de ese ciclo en donde el petróleo no logramos diversificarnos, no logramos hablar de otra cosa, no logramos vernos como nada más y evidentemente es algo que no nos ha funcionado? El tema de cambio climático es una inminencia para nosotros, porque a medida que el mundo vaya avanzando en la mitigación del cambio climático, cada vez vamos a tener menor valor en ese producto de monoexportación.
Claro.
Entonces es una ocasión perfecta para hablar de esto. Entonces en el programa Yo Cambio nosotros hablamos de descentralización, de desarrollo, de salud, de políticas públicas, de un montón de temas de justicia social que siempre se quedan en el tintero, pero de una manera en la que no hay ese sesgo ideológico por el cual la gente filtra todo.
Claro, es como educar a la gente de diferente forma, ¿no?
Es una manera de atraer a las personas hacia lo que estamos diciendo. Y también es un discurso perfecto, porque en vez de estar basado en una ideología, está basado en ciencia, está basado en datos, está basado en un deseo sincero de desarrollo y de bienestar para las personas. Y la gente siente eso, lo sabe, y está mucho más abiertas a discutir toda esta deuda social de una manera objetiva. Y esa es la fortaleza que tiene el programa Yo Cambio y la manera en que lo hemos utilizado.
Ahora dime, porque la electricidad, bueno, deriva de la energía hidroeléctrica que es renovable, pero, bueno, por la sequía y la falta de agua, ustedes han tenido apagones. Cuéntanos cómo están, o sea, la vida cotidiana, cómo está siendo afectada para los venezolanos con todo esto.
Bueno, Venezuela es como un adicto al petróleo, no solo a la renta petrolera, sino a los servicios que el petróleo nos proporciona. Y esos servicios son transporte barato y electricidad barata. Pero es barata porque está absolutamente subsidiado. Es como un adicto que no se da cuenta que se está gastando todo su capital en la droga a la que es adicto. Nosotros estamos desangrando nuestra economía con los subsidios al petróleo. Entonces, esto ha tenido consecuencias muy grandes porque todo el subsidio que tú estás poniendo en generar electricidad barata, entre comillas, transporte barato, entre comillas, que realmente está subsidiando a los dueños de vehículos, lo que hace es que nada de ese dinero se está invirtiendo en salud, en educación, en la misma infraestructura de los sistemas eléctricos. La consecuencia es que no tenemos, bueno, estamos atrapados en un ciclo de pobreza. Y además no tenemos luz.
¿Y qué tipo de cambios pueden ser implementados para que justamente haya esa diversificación de fuentes de energía?
Bueno, nosotros en Provita lo vemos desde la educación, ¿no? Es como una de las primeras cosas que tenemos que lograr es que las personas se abran al tema de reducir los subsidios, ¿no? Porque cada vez que en Venezuela se habla de reducir el subsidio a los combustibles fósiles, todo el mundo entra en pánico, principalmente los gobiernos. Entonces, así no se puede avanzar. Entonces, como hablamos de este tema de justicia social desde una perspectiva científica, académica, con datos en la mano, y ante la inminencia que es el cambio de paradigma energético en el mundo, esto está empezando a cuajar y ya la gente se está dando cuenta, bueno, de pronto el subsidio es una cuestión que podemos manejar.
Claro.
Cambiar ese subsidio,
¿cómo
invertirlo en
los motivas?
otras cosas es lo primero que este país tiene que hacer para el tema de mitigación, para el tema de adaptación y por supuesto para el tema de justicia social.
Claro, ¿y cómo dirías tú que sientes que se pueden motivar los jóvenes justamente en ser partícipes en esta lucha contra la crisis del clima?
Bueno, hay obviamente muchas maneras. Las acciones que se pueden tomar desde la sociedad civil son varias y están bastante bien establecidas, pero yo creo que el ver al cambio climático como un plan, bueno, al cambio climático no, a la lucha contra el cambio climático.
Las soluciones, ¿no?
Un plan, porque estamos hablando de una sociedad que invierte mejor sus recursos, estamos hablando de una sociedad que cuida mejor las fuentes de sus recursos, estamos hablando de una sociedad más justa. Y nuevamente, como esto se basa en hechos, por eso la gente que trabajamos en cambio climático somos muy cuidadosos de no poner nuestras propias ideas subjetivas en el debate, sino hablar siempre con la verdad, incluyendo las incertidumbres que esto trae. Cuando nosotros logramos eso, estamos presentando una visión de cómo puede ser la sociedad, en este caso venezolana, mucho más atractiva que la que tenemos ahorita. Y no pasa por el filtro ideológico, y eso es lo más
Mismo
importante.
Económicamente hablando,
Sí,
¿no?
claro.
O sea, diversificar las fuentes va a ser un beneficio para los venezolanos,
Por supuesto.
Económicamente hablando,
que
a largo plazo.
Desde que yo soy
corto
niño,
plazo.
se está hablando en el país de que tenemos que diversificar las fuentes, pero es como un adicto. O sea, el adicto sabe que debe dejar de consumir, pero no puede hacerlo.
Sí.
Y generalmente los cambios vienen después de un shock. Bueno, nosotros estamos apostando que este shock sea el cambio de paradigma energético en el mundo y a partir de eso nosotros presentamos una visión social mucho más atractiva de la que tenemos ahora y yo creo que eso es lo que entusiasma particularmente a los jóvenes porque a los jóvenes les interesa eso para su propio futuro.
Sí, claro, y empezar a ver cosas a corto plazo. ¿Cómo lo has visto tú a nivel local? ¿Qué tipo de cambios han tenido los venezolanos a nivel local?
Bueno, fíjate que con esta forma de trabajar, digamos, con la verdad.
Sí.
Nosotros hemos llegado, no solo Provita, sino también las personas en general en Venezuela que trabajamos con el tema del cambio climático, hemos logrado llegar a instancias de manera consultiva como la Asamblea Nacional, que es el poder legislativo, los gobiernos locales, es decir, hemos empezado a tener incidencia y eso es lo que se quiere, que el activismo climático, activismo en su sentido más amplio, comienza a tener una incidencia sobre las políticas públicas, sobre la legislación. Eso es lo que estamos tratando de lograr.
¿Y qué dirías tú, así, si pudieras nombrar los obstáculos más fuertes que tú ves que tiene el pueblo venezolano para poder ver que su país se mueva en ese, digamos, camino hacia las soluciones de, pues eso, de energía renovable y todo eso? ¿Qué dirías tú que es, Carlos?
Son varios obstáculos. Yo creo que te he descrito el más grande, que es la adicción.
Claro.
Que transportada a un país es algo real, pero...
bueno, la adicción y la pobreza, como dijiste, ¿no?
Es que está muy relacionado,
sí, claro.
¿no? Hay una idea de que se corta el subsidio a la gasolina y se aumenta la pobreza. Entonces el trabajo es como tratar de ver cómo esto nos conviene. Y
siento yo que también has dicho que el programa de cierta forma les quita el miedo a ese problema que ellos sienten que va a ocasionar, digamos, y en realidad cambiar la narrativa de que en realidad va a ser algo positivo.
Cambiar la narrativa, eso es el empeño del programa Yo Cambio y en general de toda la sociedad civil que trabaja en cambio climático en Venezuela. Porque fíjate, el obstáculo es precisamente eso, como el cambio climático se ve como un tema ambiental, es como, bueno, eso no es prioridad, porque en Venezuela tenemos personas que están comiendo de la basura.
Claro.
¿Cómo hacemos para precisamente eso? Una sociedad que es coherente y justa en temas climáticos, es coherente y justa también con todo lo demás. Es integrar todo este discurso social en algo que está no basado en ideología, sino en los hechos.
Sí, en la ciencia, como dices.
Correcto.
Tú.
Fíjate que a nivel internacional, en estas grandes cumbres, se habla de descentralización, se habla de gobernanza, se habla de salud, se habla de infraestructura, se habla de un montón de cosas que hablarlas fuera del contexto climático es muy complicada. No es que no salen los discursos ideológicos en estas cumbres, pero de alguna manera es relativamente más fácil desactivarlos en aras de unos acuerdos que son que tienen mucho mayor sentido y que están basados en un deseo por el bienestar de las personas.
Claro,
¿no?
que la gente escucha más, ¿no?
La idea es llevar eso a la sociedad civil,
Claro.
sacarlo de las cumbres y llevarlo a la sociedad civil.
Carlos, muchísimas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros en México. Y bueno, regresamos con ustedes, Vanessa, a Nueva York.
Muchas gracias, Carla, por esa conversación tan interesante e importante. Ahora es un gusto para mí presentar la premier mundial de una exclusiva nunca antes vista. Se trata del espectáculo aéreo creado por Le Cirque du Soleil en apoyo a la organización internacional One Drop, que se dedica a proveer agua potable a comunidades alrededor del mundo. Este número será parte de la 5ª edición de One Night for a Drop, que se llevará a cabo en Las Vegas el 3 de marzo del 2017. Con ustedes, la primicia mundial para 24 horas de realidad, One Drop for Humankind.
We are one drop in an ocean of God, connected by our isolation, and our cells are our incarceration, and our boundaries are imaginary lines that divide us into separate nations when we're the same creation. We use technology to keep us in communication, and yet there's nothing better than a simple conversation. They say that it's the journey, not the destination. I say the journey is the destination. We're facing global climate changes. Forests are endangered while we're chasing paper, buying things to help distract us from our human nature. Luxury and compensation when our accomplishments are far beyond how much we're making. It's what we're making. The ripple effect. I throw a rock into a lake and know the water's rising, even if it's at the smallest rate. And as the level elevates, it escalates. Get 1 million people throwing rocks and you can see the change. Gandhi said to be the change and he the change, so we the change. And honestly, we need to change. The time will never be the same. Even though we're different, we are all the same. He the same and she the same, so we the same. How can I complain about the minor things when there are human beings dying just to find a simple drink, migrating miles for what's pouring out my kitchen sink? It forces me to sit and think. What is the missing link? You see, it's hard to comprehend, but we are all in sync. So we have a responsibility to act. Actually, this moment, in fact, is all you'll ever really have. And right beneath the haves and the have-nots are never-hads. And yet they smile brighter than the actors from these clever ads, telling us to spend $1,000 to get some trendy swag when we could take the same amount and end the suffering they have. There's no third world. There is only one world, one sky and one earth. One man is not an island, he's an endless universe, manifesting inner dreams. Anything is possible, as long as all of us believes anything is possible. As long as one of us believes anything is possible. At least that's what I believe.
Hay mucha gente alrededor del planeta que se ha comprometido a ser mensajero y activista en la lucha contra la crisis climática. Algunos de ellos han sido personalmente entrenados por el ex vicepresidente Al Gore y un grupo de científicos internacionales para convertirse en líderes climáticos. En instantes les diremos cómo ustedes también pueden hacer parte de este grupo, pero antes vamos a Venezuela a conocer a una de ellas. Quiero darle la bienvenida a Vanessa Matos. Bienvenida, Vanessa.
Gracias.
Antes que nada, quiero que me cuentes cómo fue esa transición en tu vida y cómo impactó el hecho de haberte certificado como una líder climática.
Te cuento cómo comencé. Eso fue en el 2014. Yo estaba trabajando en proyectos que se encargan de financiar eficiencia energética en Brasil. Y mi jefe en ese momento me dijo, Vanessa, ¿por qué no averiguo sobre este programa de Climate Reality? Creo que te encantaría. Iba a haber un training en Río de Janeiro donde se va a hablar sobre la matriz energética de Brasil, que es lo que yo estaba haciendo con mi trabajo. Creo que le sacarías muchísimo provecho a ese training. ¿Por qué no aplicas? Y vamos a tratar de que puedas ir. Y así comencé, apliqué, empecé a averiguar sobre el training, me encantó y unos meses más tarde estaba en Río siendo entrenada por el señor Al Gore y por una cantidad de científicos y líderes en temas sobre todo sobre la región latinoamericana y Brasil, que la verdad tenían un nivel técnico increíble.
Total.
Estuve sumergida en 3 días de conversaciones que la verdad es que cambiaron mi perspectiva sobre mi rol en cambio climático y sobre lo que tenía que hacer día a día para disminuir mi propia huella de carbono. Yo llegué con una mentalidad al training de que yo le iba a sacar provecho a información sobre lo que yo podía hacer en invertir en el sector privado en Brasil. Quería entender un poco sobre el marco económico, sobre las nuevas tarifas que iban a implementar en Brasil, sobre oportunidades de cómo yo después podía invertir en el país.
Sí.
Sin embargo, terminé con una perspectiva muchísimo más grande.
Claro.
Yo no tenía ni idea, no entendía la gravedad del asunto en temas de agricultura climáticamente inteligente, deforestación, saneamiento de agua, una cantidad de cosas que alrededor de esos 3 días logré entender que mi rol no estaba limitado a la energía, a pesar de que es el área que me enfocaba y la que más me gusta, esto va mucho más allá.
Total. Y algo interesante que estás diciendo, que de pronto ustedes no saben, es que cuando uno pasa por ese entrenamiento, porque yo también tuve la oportunidad de tomarlo en Chicago hace unos años, tienes acceso a los científicos más brillantes del planeta, a las mentes más brillantes del planeta en todos los ámbitos. Y tú tienes la ciencia y recibes esa información de primera mano de estos científicos.
Sí.
Entonces, no solo te estás llevando el conocimiento de primera mano de la ciencia, sino que también, como tú dices, te llenas de inspiración y te dan las herramientas para saber que tú puedes hacer algo, ¿no? Que todos
Correcto.
podemos hacer algo.
Sí.
En tu caso personal, ¿cómo fue este cambio? Una vez que ya saliste del entrenamiento, ¿qué empezaste a cambiar?
Hubo un par de cosas que me impactaron muchísimo, no solo el tema técnico de los científicos, de los panelistas, sino la sociedad civil y comunidades del Amazonas, por ejemplo, que hablaron en el training. Hubo una comunidad del Amazonas que habló en Río de Janeiro y nos mostró fotos, nos mostró verdadero impacto en sus vidas que estaba trayendo la crisis del cambio climático. Entonces, cuando uno sale del training, yo llegué de regreso a Washington en mi trabajo y empiezas a analizar todo de otra manera. Tu consumo es como si te hubiesen puesto unos lentes y estás viendo todo diferente. Yo llegué a mi oficina y hubo cosas tan pequeñas como el café. Nosotros consumimos café todos los días, compramos cápsulas de café de ciertas empresas, con lo típico de cualquier oficina. Y yo llegué y yo dije, bueno, pero ya va, o sea, estamos consumiendo café, esa cápsula tiene aluminio, plástico, el café no está siendo reciclado. ¿Qué puedo hacer yo para esto? Y esas son cosas pequeñas que el training te empieza a cambiar la perspectiva de tu propio consumo y del consumo de donde estás. Entonces, eso es un ejemplo pequeño. Llamé a la compañía de café y les dije, mira, estamos consumiendo tantas cajas de café, de cápsulas de café al mes. Quiero saber si hay algún tipo de programa de reciclaje o de responsabilidad social corporativa que estén teniendo. Y creamos una iniciativa donde una vez a la semana, yo recolectaba todas las cápsulas de café en unas bolsas de reciclaje y las mandábamos a la empresa y ellos separan el aluminio del café y reciclan el consumo. Entonces era como y eso se sigue implementando donde trabajo 2 años y medio más tarde. Y son cosas que te empiezan a cambiar la perspectiva. Dejas de asumir que eso es como tiene que ser y te empiezas a preguntar, bueno, ¿qué puedo hacer yo para que esto no sea como manejamos el tema de tomar café todas las mañanas?
Y yo creo que eso es clave, Vanessa, porque esencialmente lo importante de este tema es que todos podemos hacer algo. Sí. O sea, desde el lugar donde estemos, desde nuestros trabajos, en nuestras casas, con nuestras comunidades, todos podemos hacer la diferencia. Es simplemente educarnos un poquito y enterarnos cuál es el impacto que nuestras vidas tienen en el planeta y actuar y hacer esos pequeños cambios, sea reciclar en la oficina, reciclar con el café.
Cuestionarte las cosas un poquito más.
Exacto. Sé que tú lograste algo muchísimo más grande que el café entre las cosas que has logrado y esto lo hiciste en una municipalidad en América Latina. Cuéntanos un poco.
Bueno, esto es un proyecto que la verdad es muy innovador en 2 sentidos, en el tema de la tecnología y en el tema del modelo financiero que logramos implementar. Esto es un proyecto que se dio en México, en una municipalidad donde una empresa mexicana de servicios de energía nos pidió financiamiento para cambiar todas las farolas de la municipalidad, todas las luminarias, que son lámparas tradicionales, cambiarlas para LED. Entonces, esto es un proyecto que logramos cambiar más de 20.000 lámparas en una municipalidad que no solo da beneficios en términos energéticos o costos operativos para la municipalidad, seguridad para la comunidad donde estás. Es un proyecto que tiene de verdad muchísimos beneficios, pero que lo más curioso y el rol más importante es el financiamiento, en mi opinión, porque logramos hacer que la municipalidad no tuviera que pagar nada inicialmente, sino que con los ahorros energéticos que estaba teniendo todos los meses, que ya hemos visto que es alrededor del 60%, se pagaba la deuda.
Y algo para que las personas que de pronto no entiendan, ese es un cambio muy sencillo. Nosotros hemos utilizado por décadas y décadas los bombillos tradicionales, que básicamente consumen mucha energía, pero entonces si tú los cambias a los focos LED, que consumen poca energía, pues puedes ahorrar no solo dinero, sino también pues aportar un poco en cuanto a la salud del planeta.
Sí, las luces LED, la verdad es que esto es un tema, el alumbrado público en general, es un tema que en Latinoamérica va a continuar creciendo. Esto es un proyecto que se desarrolló en México y en México ya hay otras municipalidades que quieren seguir el ejemplo. En Chile estamos viendo el mismo desarrollo. En Brasil, Sao Paulo es es enorme y está tratando de hacer lo mismo. Y eso es algo que con el cambio de una municipalidad es un cambio que va a crear un efecto demostrativo importantísimo. Las lámparas tienen 20 años de vida útil, disminuyen el consumo más del 60%, y no solo eso, sino que el ahorro que le da a la ciudad, a la municipalidad, es dinero que la municipalidad puede invertir en otras cosas para la comunidad.
Por supuesto, en la educación, en la salud, en las vías. Bueno, precisamente tú trabajas en inversiones de soluciones. ¿Cuál es el reto principal cuando le vas a hablar a la gente sobre por qué es importante invertir en energías renovables?
Claro, es un tema súper importante y la verdad es que yo creo que el rol del sector privado en lograr lo que queremos hacia COP21 es de verdad recalcar que es sumamente importante. No es fácil, es un reto, es un desafío porque hay una percepción de riesgo, especialmente en la región donde trabajo, que es Latinoamérica, sobre no solo la tecnología, sino que hay una falta de financiamiento por ese riesgo que ellos perciben de ciertas tecnologías, la eólica, la solar, biomasa. Las empresas todavía no entienden que el riesgo no es lo peor que pueden hacer, la inversión es ahora. El corto plazo, el mediano plazo es lo que se tiene que lograr. Y lo que nosotros hacemos para disminuir esto y para lograr que se haya un entendimiento en las empresas es mostrarles los números.
Claro.
La mejor manera es llegar a un cliente y decirles, ok, ábrenos las puertas, vamos a hacer, no sé, una auditoría de energía, queremos mostrarte qué opciones tienes para disminuir tu costo operativo en energía mensualmente. Y en el minuto que los líderes en las empresas ven que el retorno es algo viable, no sabía que podía retomar la inversión en tan poco tiempo. Números es clave. El sector privado, el bottom line, como le decimos nosotros, es lo más importante. Pero lo podemos demostrar, como dijo el señor Gore hace poco. O sea, el costo de solar, por ejemplo, ha disminuido tanto que ya es tan competitivo que es verdaderamente mostrar la viabilidad de un proyecto ya no es tan difícil como solía hacerlo. El desafío ha disminuido. Ahora lo que queda es que empresas den ese pasito y digan, ok, voy a innovar. Y después se den cuenta, menos mal, mira todo lo que me ahorré.
Y yo creo que esto ya es algo del presente, o sea, no estamos hablando de algo del futuro, como tú lo acabas de mencionar. En muchos estados de los Estados Unidos en este momento hay paridad en cuanto al precio, o sea, la energía solar y la energía tradicional cuesta lo mismo. Entonces, estamos viendo que estas energías renovables son el presente y económicamente es una buena inversión.
Totalmente. Lo hemos visto en países como Honduras, lo hemos visto en el Caribe. Son lugares, México, Colombia, estamos viendo que cada vez más hay más lugares donde hacer esta inversión demuestra viable, inclusive con los precios del petróleo siendo lo que son.
Claro.
Estamos viendo que cada vez más hay más impulso por este tipo de proyectos.
Yo estaba la semana pasada en México en la cumbre C40 de alcaldes del mundo y básicamente lo que estaban hablando era que los combustibles fósiles era algo del pasado y que ahora pues la puerta se abría hacia la energía renovable, ese es el futuro. ¿Tú lo estás viendo en tu trabajo?
Sí, sin duda. Sin duda las empresas cada vez más se están preguntando, no quiero ser dependiente de que mi energía venga del petróleo. Quiero saber cómo puedo autoabastecerme. Y para que una empresa te diga eso, en verdad es un gran cambio. Estamos logrando un cambio en perspectiva en el sector privado, de que te puedan decir, ya no quiero depender de la red de mi país. Claro. Quiero poder autoabastecerme. Y lo estamos haciendo con biomasa, con cogeneración, con paneles solares sobre las azoteas de las plantas, de los edificios. Y la realidad es que cada vez más hay un impulso del sector privado para decir, sí, quiero saber más. Cuéntame, enséñame.
Yo creo que estamos, Vanessa, y tú me corrígeme si estoy en lo correcto, estamos en una transición como una humanidad hacia una economía renovable y realmente no veo que haya retorno en este momento por lo que tú acabas de decir, económicamente es más viable, ¿no?
Sí, completamente. Espero que ese sea el caso porque la verdad es que estamos poniendo muchísimo esfuerzo y es el futuro, es el ahora. La verdad es que ni es el futuro, es el presente, es ahorita. El tema de energías renovables nos va a llevar a poder invertir en infraestructura social, en tantas otras cosas, por el costo operativo disminuyéndose.
Perfecto, Vanessa, pues te agradezco mucho por tu trabajo y por tu presencia acá. Muchísimas gracias.
Un placer.
Bueno, y si esta entrevista te ha inspirado a ayudar en el mundo en la lucha contra la crisis climática, educar a tu comunidad, esta es tu oportunidad. Tú también puedes ser un líder climático del Climate Reality Project. Regístrate hoy.
Climate change is our biggest challenge yet. The world's getting warmer, seas are rising, and our weather is getting more and more dangerous. We've got to stop. The good news is that we can. And all across the planet, climate reality leaders are leading the fight. They are inspiring people to stand up and take action when it matters. You can join them. Become a climate reality leader and learn what it means to lead a world-changing movement. You'll train with former Vice President Al Gore and some of the best scientists and influencers out there. You'll learn the latest on climate science and solutions, and learn how to share it with a message that moves audiences to act. You want to make a difference? Now learn how. Become the world changer you know you can be. Become a climate reality leader.
Y ahora pasamos con los reyes de las redes sociales para ver qué está pasando en la web. Adelante, chicos.
Welcome back. Well, we got so many amazing selfies through social media that we had to do another segment with that in mind. Let's check some of them out.
Yeah, we even have one new post up here.
What? Who's that going to be?
Hey!
I know those guys. That's the
too.
post that we sent out earlier, so that is proof that we're doing this in real time. As soon as we send it out, it can pop up right on this screen. Now let's check out some of our other amazing activists. Tim Ryder, he's tweeting about I am pro snow, and he clearly is an incredible climate leader, and thank you so much for this tweet. Diamond Wolf, now she is actually a big fan, and I see your tweets all the time, and you're always talking about on social media about climate change, and are always a huge fan of Austin Alley. So thank you so much for tweeting in.
Thanks, Diamond.
Oh, look at that! I think that's the youngest climate leader in the world.
For real.
She is adorable.
So cute.
Another cat. I believe that the term is cativist. When a lot of cats are into environmental change.
That's a really impressive selfie if that cat took it.
It is. I mean, he has paws too. He has to do his paws.
I know.
We have one from William, who talked about why he cares about the planet. William, you're the man. Thank you so much for tweeting in.
Thanks, William.
We got one from Sydney Snyder.
Yeah, Sydney, you have such a beautiful smile. I like the Snapchat filter on there.
I'm going to put this out there. I think she wins Smile of the Broadcast. You are great. Next up, we have LL from Argentina. I hope you enjoyed our broadcast from Argentina.
Yeah.
There's a lot of amazing info. We got I am Bigger, I believe that's how you pronounce it, and he cares about the planet because a clean environment means a safer place to live in.
That's
cool
true.
selfie too.
Yeah,
I'm going
I like
to retweet
that.
that. The ladies are going to be lining up for you. We got one from Valeria, and she wants to tweet about hashtag 24 hours of reality, and I do this because I love the planet. Well, we love you for tweeting in all that info. We got one from Brandon Bennett. Brandon, another stud. I'm going to keep retweeting these guys. These guys are going to have girls lining up for them. And he says, I cared about the planet because I want everyone to have jobs and have homes. Brandon, thank you so much for tweeting in. What else do we got? We got Austin.
Austin, I've actually met Austin before.
Is he a fan?
Yeah, he is. And I see your tweets all the time, Austin, so thanks.
Well, that is awesome. I'm also a Peyton List fan. I'm with you, Austin. Next up, we have Christina.
Oh yeah, we saw Christina before. She's so awesome.
Christina is fantastic.
Thanks for always spreading the love, Christina.
Yes, and thank you for supporting 24 Hours of Reality too. So remember, use the hashtag 24 Hours of Reality on Twitter, Instagram, Periscope,
Facebook,
Vine.
And people are even using Snapchat filters, so that works too for your selfies.
Exactly. So thank you so much for watching, and we'll talk to you soon.
Muchísimas gracias y en verdad que queremos que nos envíen sus comentarios, solo tienen que usar el hashtag 24 Hours of Reality. En la última hora hemos conocido algunos de los desafíos únicos que enfrenta Venezuela y a su vez el gran compromiso para trabajar hacia un futuro sostenible. Recuerda que el factor más poderoso en la lucha contra la crisis climática eres tú. Sé parte del esfuerzo y conviértete hoy en un activista climático. Únete a nosotros comunicando soluciones simples y reales. Lo primero que tienes que hacer es registrar tu correo electrónico en el sitio web 24hoursofreality.org. Una vez allí, recibirás un kit de herramientas de acción lleno de soluciones y maneras en las que tú también puedes hacer parte de esta lucha una vez nuestra transmisión finalice. Asegúrate que tu voz sea escuchada. Déjale saber a tus líderes lo que piensas de la crisis climática. Entra a 24hoursofreality.org y allí te guiaremos para que tu voz llegue a oídos de tus representantes. Y por último, levántate. Conviértete en un pionero en tu comunidad y juntos continuaremos en este trabajo, en este camino hacia adelante.
Why don't you join us to make some noise and celebrate what's happening? I know everybody here wants the help, and I know you do too. So join and sign the petition. We love you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. Are you ready? Jump, jump, jump.
I don't want do or die. I will never forget the moment, the moment. I will never forget the moment. And the story. That's how the story goes. Make some noise. You and I never die. It's a dark embrace. In the beginning was a light of the dawning age. What a time to be alive. I will never forget. I will never forget. There's life we sing, jump. That's how the story goes. Fate is coming, that I know. Time is running, got to go. Fate is coming, that I know. Let it go. Hear me now. Under the banner of any we dream out loud. To die and the story goes. And the story goes. Jump, 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 jump. Got it fast. Time is running, got to go. Fate's coming fast. Let it go. Hear me now. Under the banner of any we dream out loud. Dream out loud. Fate is coming, that I know. Time is running out. Fate is coming, that I know. Let it go. And the story goes on. That's how the story goes.
Dear world ladies,
We all know that the climate crisis is here.
We are all affected by it.
और अगर ये हमारे ऊपर होता तो
We would do something about it.
In fact, some of us already are. In our communities,
In our businesses,
We are doing our part.
Now it's your turn.
As our leaders,
as the ones bestowed with power,
The power to represent the people.
Please listen.
listen to the land.
listen to the ocean.
Listen to the science.
हमारी कुछ अनुरोध है, हमारी कुछ विनती है।
Actually, we have some demands. We demand that you protect what's left.
Stop using fossil fuels.
And when you do,
The world will be a better place instantly.
together, we can make it a reality.
Last year, the world came together in Paris to reach an agreement to address the climate crisis. It was a historic moment, and it was just the beginning. Join us on our journey around the globe as we learn what it will take to build a healthy, clean energy future, and what more we all can do. We'll hear from the leaders, musicians, experts, and everyday people leading the fight to make climate action a reality. This is 24 hours of reality. We're on the road forward.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Y bienvenidos nuevamente. Yo soy Vanessa Ock. Gracias por acompañarnos en 24 Hours of Reality, The Road Forward. 24 horas de realidad, el camino hacia adelante. Hace un año el mundo se reunió en París para la COP21. Allí 195 naciones se comprometieron a reducir las emisiones contaminantes y limitar así el aumento en la temperatura de nuestro planeta. Fue un acuerdo histórico, pero ese fue solo el principio. Ahora viene verdaderamente el trabajo para hacer cumplir esos compromisos. Los invito a que viajen con nosotros desde nuestra sede en el Parque Liberty Estate en New Jersey, de la mano del fundador y director del Climate Reality Project, el ex vicepresidente de los Estados Unidos, Al Gore. Él nos guiará en este viaje alrededor del mundo, donde visitaremos los 24 países más contaminantes del planeta. En nuestra transmisión exploraremos las soluciones de cada nación, los retos que enfrentan y cómo pueden lograr un futuro sostenible. Seguimos el camino hacia adelante en México. México es el 10º país más contaminante del planeta. Su meta es reducir los gases de efecto de invernadero en un 22%. La nación se ha puesto como meta generar el 25% de su electricidad de fuentes renovables para el 2018. Y ahora quiero darle la bienvenida a quien ha liderado con educación e inspiración este camino en esta crisis climática. El fundador y director del Climate Reality Project, el ex vicepresidente de los Estados Unidos, el señor Al Gore. Bienvenido, Mr. Gore, de regreso.
Gracias. Once again, thank you so much, Vanessa. I'm excited to talk about Mexico. And if we look once again at the top national emitters of global warming pollution, it's easy to see that Mexico is now rounding out the top 10 at number 10. And there has been a lot of exciting progress in Mexico. And a lot of it is due to the leadership there. And I'm going to have the privilege soon in this hour of interviewing former President Felipe Calderón, who is a great hero. I'll elaborate on that. We have a lot to learn from him because in Mexico, the people and the leaders have come together to really recognize our shared obligation to take care of our planetary home. And once again, a reminder that the real problem is we're filling up this thin shell of atmosphere, treating it as an open sewer by dumping all this global warming pollution into it, 110 million tons every day. The cumulative amounts now trapping as much extra heat energy as would be released by 400,000 Hiroshima-class atomic bombs exploding every single day, which is really incredible. And there are a lot of sources, but the main source by far is the burning of fossil fuels. And since the end of World War II, as you can see in this graph, the emissions of CO2 from fossil fuels really started skyrocketing. There are signs of hope because it's slowing down, but the annual emissions are still very great. And Mexico's emissions have been increasing, but if you look carefully at this graph, they have begun to level off, and there are specific reasons for that. But first, let's look specifically at where the emissions from Mexico are coming from. And unsurprisingly, as with many countries, almost 2/3 are coming from energy. Then you have waste and agriculture. But the energy sector, when you look more carefully at it, the biggest part of the cause is electricity and heat. Transportation is the second biggest, cars and trucks, manufacturing, and all of the others. But as a result, in Mexico, as globally, the temperatures have been going up. The 14 hottest years ever out of 15 have been since 2001. The hottest of all is this year. Third year in a row, we've broken the record. And if you look at the trend since 1880, it's really, really clear, and it's getting worse, but there is good news. Hang on. But first, we do have to take stock of the threat that we're facing, and it's maybe a little bit more serious even in Mexico than in a lot of countries, because the scientific evidence shows that the average annual temperature in Mexico could rise this century by as much as 5 degrees Celsius if emissions are not rapidly reduced. Now, again, there's good news, but we've got to keep our eyes on what's at stake here. Now, as in other countries, what we're seeing with this extra heat and temperatures going up is a massive increase in downpours. Here is one from Cabo San Lucas, coming with the extra moisture and the water vapor coming off the oceans from Hurricane Newton. Here we have one of the large floods that accompanied a Category 4 storm last year. But the same extra heat that causes the disruption of the water cycle and these massive downpours is also causing deeper and longer droughts. And here is where Mexico is particularly vulnerable. This is a map of North America, and you see from the legend that the darker brown it gets, the more severe the drought. And as you can see abundantly, as with the U.S. Southwest, Mexico is really very, very vulnerable to the increased incidence of drought and prolonged drought, deeper droughts that come with higher temperatures. And some of the scientists have warned that the Rio Grande Basin could fall into a state of permanent drought. We have seen some of these droughts in Mexico, and this goes also with water stress. A number of nations in the subtropics are vulnerable to water stress, and Mexico is one of the most water-stressed countries in the world. When you look more closely at it, you see how this stands out. Now, the burning of fossil fuels that causes the trapping of heat and contributes to these droughts also causes air pollution problems, and Mexico City is one of those cities in the world, partly because of the geographic placement of the city, where air pollution becomes a very persistent problem. It costs the country over 2% of GDP on average every year. That is actually quite incredible. Sea level rise from the melting ice is also important in Mexico because it has 2 coastlines and 3 million people are threatened by sea level rise if temperatures go up just 2 degrees. 6 million could be impacted by a warming of 4 degrees. And remember, the warming in Mexico could be more than that if we don't get busy on these emissions. And some of the industries, for example, the tourist industry, could be greatly affected. But that's the bad news, but there's an awful lot of good news. Partly because of the leadership of Mexico, the Paris Agreement was reached 1 year ago. Mexico and virtually every other nation signed it. And by the way, Mexico did play an incredibly important global leadership role in helping to bring so many of the developing countries and the emerging economies particularly into the agreement and leading the way. Mexico's commitment in the Paris Agreement was actually extremely inspiring. Reductions of 25% below business as usual for the year 2030 unconditionally, and reducing greenhouse gases and black carbon dramatically, achieving a net emissions peak in just 10 years, less than 10 years now. And then on the conditional reductions, they're willing to go up to 40% So that's really, really inspiring. And they know in Mexico, as all of us around the world are seeing now, that we've got the solutions in hand now. And they're very, very available, very cost effective. Mexico is investing in renewable energy, $4 billion last year, twice as much as the year before. It's surging this year as well. The wind energy capacity in Mexico has been increasing quite dramatically. Wind is the cheapest form of electricity in Mexico already. And solar energy is coming on strong because the cost of the solar cells is coming down almost as fast as computer chips came down in cost. And you see it in the rising solar capacity in Mexico. If you look at that line, it is just really taking off. That's one of these technology exponential curves, and it's continuing to go up. And one of the reasons is that in Mexico, the solar resource is one of the best that you'll find in any nation in the world. This is fantastic news. Big solar utility arrays like this one in La Paz, 600 megawatts just this year. This is really fantastic. And solar electricity has now reached grid parity in Mexico. I think everybody knows by now grid parity is that threshold below which the price of electricity from solar and wind is cheaper than the price of electricity from burning coal or gas or oil. And once you cross that line, then we're off to the races because the investors and the businesses will take over if they're not interfered with. And look at all the jobs, more than 45,000 new jobs in Mexico from renewable energy. This is quite exciting. And it has come about, let's be clear, this fantastic progress is related to the forward-looking energy policies in Mexico. A carbon tax already in place, a carbon market launched in less than 2 years, with 35% of energy coming from non-fossil fuel sources early in the next decade. And the current President, Peña Nieto, joined with the heads of state in the United States and Canada to ratify the agreement and to commit that North America will get half of its electricity from zero-emission sources within 8 years. That's inspiring. That is absolutely incredible. And Mexico's already ratified the Paris Agreement. But before we close, as with every nation we're looking at, we want to take a close look at what Mexico could do to even improve this impressive set of commitments. It could enhance its commitment to real and deep emissions and reductions and establish a strong national carbon market to drive sustainable growth, promote even more effectively solar and wind, including with improvements to the grid and transmission infrastructure, and establish a national policy to improve energy efficiency, particularly in buildings and in industry and in transportation. Finally, reduce methane emissions from oil and gas production. That's money in the bank because they can sell that methane and make money as they reduce the emissions. So I just want to say gracias. Thank you, Mexico, for being one of the great leaders in our world in saving our planet. They're helping to make a sustainable future a reality. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, ex vicepresidente Al Gore, muchas gracias por esa presentación. Durante cada hora hablaremos de las soluciones que ya se están implementando en cada uno de los 24 países. En México, una empresa está creando un futuro brillante utilizando el poder de la energía solar.
Around the world, communities are embracing clean and healthy solutions to fight the climate crisis. With a global agreement now in place, the time for action is now.
Buenos días, señora. Buenos días. Mira las máscaras.
En este día de trabajo de Iluméxico siempre comenzamos planeando,
No traigo más.
viendo a qué familias visitar, de qué manera llegar con ella. Todo en las partes altas es difícil su acceso. Nosotros llegamos hasta esa familia donde otras dependencias no llegan. Muchas de las familias es que están alejadas vías de comunicación, como son carreteras. Entonces, la escasez de servicios públicos, como son drenaje, red eléctricas, y sobre todo hay que cambiarle su vida. Hay que aportar ese granito de arena. Asimismo, como son energías limpias,
Los niños, comunidades, cuando llegamos y te dicen, llegaron los de la luz.
ya me cansé.
Pues, ya Daisy, buenos días.
Buenos días, doña Daisy. Estamos viendo si lo va a querer afuera, aquí o aquí.
Batallábamos por la energía eléctrica, de que un enfermo, un paciente, una curación, ahí estamos con la vela. Y pues todo cambió. De ahora que tenemos nuestra planta solar.
Dentro de las comunidades hay muchísimos cambios, no solo en cuanto a salud,
Lo recorre. ¿Qué está el árbol?
también
El
educación.
árbol.
Sí, ahí quedó, a ver. Ah, muy bien, ahí está.
A ver, tú, Aileen, ¿para qué sirve el panel solar? ¿Qué te da? Luz, te da la luz. Antes usábamos lo que es pura vela. Ocupa con petróleo. Sí, ya aprendí, tenías la luz.
Mira, son focos.
Pero sí afectaba mucho, ¿verdad? Porque todo ese humo lo respiras y se te iba a los pulmones.
El dinero que gastaban en velas, en diésel, en petróleo, lo están invirtiendo en un equipo solar, que en un determinado tiempo serán suyos. Siguiente. ¿Ya quedó? Sí, ya quedó. Entonces, en el controlador tiene este botoncito blanco que con este vas a controlar los niveles de intensidad. Este le dura entre 8 y 10 horas.
Okay,
Bueno, gracias.
Sí, joven. En Iluméxico trabajamos con financiamiento para nuestros clientes. Nosotros trabajamos con préstamos desde 3,250. La familia elige cuánto puede ahorrar para dar su primer pago y lo demás se va a crédito. El objetivo de Iluméxico, o más bien como la misión, es combatir la pobreza con energía solar.
Pues es algo formidable, ¿verdad? Llegar y prender el foco, ¿verdad? Y dices, ¡ah! Y llegas y es algo maravilloso para nosotros aquí en la población.
Yo tendré 28 años viviendo en esta localidad y siempre en lo oscuro. Ya tenemos el alumbrado.
Innovators are hard at work. We can make climate action a reality. Together, we're on the road forward.
Durante su mandato como presidente de México desde el 2006 hasta el 2012, Felipe Calderón ayudó a posesionar a México como un líder mundial en la lucha contra la crisis climática. Ahora, él se une a esta transmisión para una conversación con el ex vicepresidente Al Gore vía satélite. Adelante, Mr. Gore.
Thank you very much, Vanessa. Mr. President, we call former presidents Mr. President here in the U.S. Is that the convention in Mexico also?
Not exactly, but thank you to say that anyway.
Well,
Thank you,
anyway,
Mr. Vice President.
Felipe Calderon, may I say to our audience, I don't want to embarrass you, but I've told you personally before, you're a real hero to me because there are not as many leaders around the world of nations that as I would like, who have really done great work in addressing the climate crisis. And you, after finishing your very successful term, you went on and worked with the United Nations and with some colleagues developed this new climate economy report. I read that and I was blown away with the seriousness and depth of your work. And if you could just maybe briefly summarize, this is a blueprint for the global economy going forward. And I appreciate your work, Felipe, if I may use the familiar first name. Just tell us briefly the outlines of what you and your colleagues are suggesting.
But thanks for your words, Al. And yes, we produce a report coined the New Climate Economy, in which we are demonstrating that it is possible to have better growth and better climate at the same time. So we are fighting all of the false dilemma that we need to choose either to promote economic growth or to reduce carbon emission. And the way in which we are thinking is there are a lot of measures that are exactly win-win situation, win-win decision for the environment and for the economy. One of them, Al, and is explained in the report, is, for instance, all those measures related with saving energy. We believe that we can foster the economic growth roughly 1.1% per year during the next 20 years, and at the same time to reduce in a dramatic way the carbon emission related with the use of energy. Yeah. And it's quite intuitive. For instance, a solar roof in our houses. In my house, as we the Mexicans say, we have with my family solar cells in the roof, and we are saving a lot of carbon emissions in a house, and we have a payback in 4 years about the investment we made.
Just
and
4 years.
The same for companies and the same for cities and countries. We can get better economic growth and we can have less carbon emission reduction, but we need to change 3 big systems in the next 15 years. The system of cities, in which this sprawling model like Mexico City, it's impossible to continue. We need more compact, densified cities based on massive transportation system instead of individual vehicles we have so far. Second, we need to change the energy. You were talking a lot about that, and thank you for all your expression related with Mexico. And the third one, we need to change the land use system, in which we need to produce better and more food in the very same or even less surface in order to prevent deforestation and degradation of the soil. Basically, those are the conclusions of the report. We can get the economic growth we are looking for, and at the same time, we can tackle climate change.
Well, it's such a great collection of insights, and you focus, as you just said, on the system of cities, on the energy system, and the land use system or the land use pattern. There is increasing attention to ways of enhancing the productivity of agriculture and forestry by looking towards sustainable practices that conserve soil carbon, use precision irrigation, use the modern farming techniques, and the same with forestry. And where cities are concerned, you said yourself, compact cities with better transportation grids, not this terrible reliance that we have both in the United States and in Mexico on personal vehicles. We're seeing the electrification of the transportation fleet. We need to accelerate that. And of course, we spent a lot of time already talking about the energy system. But as a successful former president, if you could address an incoming president, I'm not just talking about our president-elect Donald Trump, but I'm talking about national leaders around the world, is there any kind of advice or formula that you would give to the leader of a nation who's coming in, confronting this incredible challenge? You were able to cut through some of the complexity, and now you have analyzed it very helpfully after your presidency. What advice would you give to a new national leader on this?
Well, as you know very well, Al, there is no secret recipe. But one of the most important measures we need to take is to put in place the right economic incentives to reduce carbon emissions and to move towards the low carbon economy. And the most important probably could be to put some kind of price on carbon emission. It could be a cap and trade system or a market related with green bonds, for instance, or it could be some kind of tax related with emission. But the point is, we need to put a price and in all those externalities associated with carbon emission. One example is, we believe that using coal, for instance, or using oil imply no cost, but if we analyze the impact on human health, for instance, health services related with air pollution in Mexico City, if we consider the cost, 2 points of GDP, as you were saying, related with air pollution in Mexico City, we will discover how expensive it is to use fossil fuel sources. So the most important, I would say, could be pricing carbon. Of course, it implies to withdraw, to phase out fossil fuel subsidies, which we in developing countries use a lot. We need to cancel that policy and maybe to substitute them for other kind of supports to the poorest families, but not subsidizing pollution, which is exactly what we are doing in several places.
Yeah, and thank you. The issue of fossil fuel subsidies is a major international issue. And actually, it has been a bigger problem in developing and emerging economies than it has been in the advanced developed economies. We have our own problem here. We have massive subsidies for oil, coal, and gas in the U.S. A lot of them are hidden in the tax code and some in the defense budget. But in developing countries, the subsidies for petrol, for kerosene, for all kinds of fossil fuels, that is a difficult political challenge for leaders to take on. But my impression has been, in the last couple of years, there has been a surprising amount of positive progress with a lot of developing countries actually trying to take a new approach to phase out those subsidies and recapture the public revenue and use it to improve the quality of life. Have you seen that trend around the world?
Yes, indeed. And actually, that is exactly the case in Mexico. I remember myself when I started to reduce the subsidy for gasoline, for instance, I pay a very high political price. But it was important, not only for public finances, but also and mainly to reduce the carbon emission associated with that. And now there is no subsidy on gasolines. Of course, as you know very well, Mr. Vice President, the price of oil currently is helping a lot. But the important thing is to capture the opportunity associated with this variability in the price of oil and to reduce and cancel fossil fuels related with that and to use that money in a better way. In particular, for instance, is through the strengthening of public finances or developing other kind of support to poorest families. For instance, conditional cash transfer, the so-called program Oportunidades in my own tenure, for instance, for the poorest families. We can use the money in a better way, in a more focused way, more oriented to the persons instead of the commodities itself, instead in favor of the petrol, the gasoline, because at the very end, the richest consumers, the people who have the largest vehicles are using those subsidies completely regressive. On the other hand, the poorest families, they have no cars at all. So it's a crucial issue, and maybe we need to win the political debate, and we need to translate in support for the poorest families, but in a different way, this very negative impact that we have given fossil fuels. But yes, in Mexico and in other countries, we are using this opportunity to change this obsolete system we put in place during decades.
Now, one of the challenges that many political leaders face, and it's been true in Mexico, it's certainly true in the United States, is that the legacy corporations that have been so powerful and successful in, for example, the oil industry, have resisted some of these changes. And it's only human nature, but some of that resistance in my country has taken the form of really bad, I would even say unethical efforts to try to fool people into thinking the climate crisis isn't real. And now they've spent a lot of money through front groups to say solar and wind is not very promising. Is that just an American problem primarily, or did you face anything like that in Mexico when you started leading this transition to a sustainable economy?
I think it's the very same problem, to say the least, but maybe under different perspective. In the case of Mexico, as you know, Pemex was until, well, even today, is a state-owned company, and the interests associated with that are more related with the people managing public finances and resources for the government. But basically, I can see in several parts of the world this kind of battle, and actually it's completely familiar for us that this false debate about climate change is in very important part generated by vested interests.
Yeah.
And I remember you, because you are my hero instead the other way around. I remember one of the examples I hear you in your marvelous speeches. It was like that. It's in the 60s or the 50s, the tobacco companies were paying a lot of advertising with actors and actresses dressed as medical doctors, saying there is no evidence that tobacco could cause cancer or any other disease. There is no scientific evidence. But of course, it's some kind of a battle against science. And this is the same now with climate change. Of course, science has rested its case. It's clear from the perspective of science. Most of the scientific in the world, overwhelming 96% of the most respected scientists have declared that of course climate change is associated with human behavior. But even today, at top level in businesses and even in politics, there are a lot of people saying no, that is not true, there is no scientific evidence, and blah, blah, blah. And of course, there are a lot of vested interests blocking the action we need to take. So the point for us is, for the Commission, for instance, we don't want to be trapped in this debate. It's almost a religious debate out. It's a religious debate because now it's reduced the debate that do you believe in climate change or you don't believe in climate change? It's not a question to believe or not. It's science.
Yeah.
But let alone the scientific debate is completely clear. Talk about the chances, the economic opportunities. And the positive thing of the report we produce is we are not talking only of the threats associated with climate change in the future. Of course, there are a lot of risks that people know better than before. But we are talking in our reports about the economic opportunities. We are trying to tell the people, to business community, you can make profits doing the right thing. We are talking to the consumer, you can save money doing the right thing. You can get real value and profits in your own house or real estate, retrofitting your building or whatever. If you do the right thing, you can do well by doing right.
Well, you summarized it well. I'm so grateful for you appearing. And you could summarize it by saying money talks, and with the new profit opportunities, that's a powerful message. And Mother Nature is screaming with these extreme weather events, and the combination is really bringing to an end this false debate about the reality of the climate crisis. And thanks to your leadership and some of your colleagues around the world, the entire world is moving rapidly now. So I want to close by again expressing my deep respect for you, Felipe. I want to honor your work, and I want to thank you for joining us for 24 Hours of Reality. Gracias.
On the contrary, Al, thank you for this opportunity. Gracias. And thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your courage fighting in order to transform the public opinion around the world. You are one of the most important people in this during several years, and we believe in you and we follow you, and you can count on me and a lot of Mexican people to to give this fight, to battle this battle with a lot of courage. Thank you for your example, Art.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Mr. Gore. Muchas gracias al expresidente de México, Felipe Calderón. Ahora es un gusto para mí presentar la premier mundial de una exclusiva nunca antes vista. Se trata de un espectáculo aéreo creado por Le Cirque du Soleil en apoyo a la organización internacional One Drop, que se dedica a proveer agua potable a comunidades alrededor del mundo. Este número será parte de la 5ª edición de One Night for a Drop, que se llevará a cabo en Las Vegas el 3 de marzo del 2017. Con ustedes, la primicia mundial para 24 Hours of Reality, One Drop for Humankind.
We are one drop in an ocean of God, connected by our isolation, and our cells are our incarceration, and our boundaries are imaginary lines that divide us into separate nations when we're the same creation. We use technology to keep us in communication, and yet there's nothing better than a simple conversation. They say that it's the journey, not the destination. I say the journey is the destination. We're facing global climate changes. Forests are endangered while we're chasing paper, buying things to help distract us from our human nature. Luxury and compensation when our accomplishments are far beyond how much we're making. It's what we're making. The ripple effect. I throw a rock into a lake and know the water's rising, even if it's at the smallest rate, and as the level elevates, it escalates. Get 1 million people throwing rocks and you can see the change. Gandhi said to be the change, and he the change, so we the change, and honestly, we need to change. The time will never be the same. Even though we're different, we are all the same. He the same, and she the same, so we the same. How can I complain about the minor things when there are human beings dying just to find a simple drink, migrating miles for what's pouring out my kitchen sink? It forces me to sit and think. What is the missing link? You see, it's hard to comprehend, but we are all in sync, so we have a responsibility to act. Actually, this moment, in fact, is all you'll ever really have. And right beneath the haves and the have-nots are never-hads, and yet they smile brighter than the actors from these clever ads, telling us to spend $1,000 to get some trendy swag when we could take the same amount and end the suffering they have. There's no third world. There is only one world, one sky and one earth. One man is not an island, he's an endless universe, manifesting inner dreams. Anything is possible, as long as all of us believes anything is possible. As long as one of us believes anything is possible. At least that's what I believe.
Hay mucha gente alrededor del planeta que se ha comprometido a ser mensajero y activista en la lucha contra esta crisis climática. Algunos de ellos han sido personalmente entrenados por el ex vicepresidente Al Gore y un grupo de científicos internacionales para convertirse en líderes climáticos. En instantes les diremos cómo ustedes también pueden hacer parte de este grupo. Pero antes regresamos a México para conocer a una de estas líderes. Quiero darle la bienvenida a Nayeli Hernández Crespo, que se encuentra con la actriz y productora Carla Sousa en la Ciudad de México. Adelante.
Muchas gracias, Vanessa. Le quiero agradecer al ex vicepresidente Al Gore por todo lo bonito que ha dicho de México. Y bueno, feliz de estar contigo, Nayeli, platicando. Y bueno, antes que nada, tú alguna vez mencionaste diciendo que Al Gore había cambiado tu mundo.
Así
¿De
fue.
qué forma lo cambió?
Bueno, te platico. Yo comencé con todo lo que viene siendo este activismo social y ambiental en la universidad. Cuando yo estaba en la universidad, ya estamos hablando hace unos 9, casi 10 años, habían muchísimos maestros. Yo tengo una formación económica administrativa, soy licenciada en administración de empresas. Sin embargo, tenía un activismo ambiental en ese entonces en la universidad y muchos de ellos me decían, vas a entrar en un conflicto. Va a llegar el día en el que tú tengas que escoger o generar riqueza o cuidar el medio ambiente. Lo que era muy desesperanzador para mí, ¿no? O sea, realmente para mí sí creaba esa confusión. Mas, sin embargo, hubo un solo maestro que me dijo, si no existe el camino, tienes que construirlo.
Mira.
Y comencé a tener más acción en mi estado, en mi ciudad, en mi región, en temas de medio ambiente y empoderamiento juvenil. Sobre todo, también estuve averiguando mucho sobre el tema de energías limpias. Ya. Y fue así entonces que comencé a tener acciones. Sin embargo, llegó un momento en el que me cansé. Llegó un momento en el que realmente me sentía agotada y no veía yo resultados. No veía una incidencia real de las acciones que como joven estaba yo haciendo. Y fue cuando vi el anuncio en Facebook de Reality Climate Project. Y vi que quien fundó esta organización era Al Gore, y bueno, tú sabes, con el documental que él había hecho, yo había seguido su carrera, veo el programa y digo, quiero ir. Creo que esta puede ser la respuesta o la motivación que necesito para poder seguir mi camino, claro, y poder, ¿no? Exactamente, y estratégicamente ir construyendo más. Y fue que fui al programa que se realizó en Miami. Recuerdo que para mí esa experiencia fue como un abrazo de apoyo, porque me di cuenta que hay mucha esperanza, que hay mucha gente que tiene esas acciones. Me capacitaron, me enseñaron cómo traducir esas acciones que estaba yo haciendo en una incidencia inclusive política real. Desde como joven, cómo podía yo actuar de manera y dirigir estratégicamente todo este movimiento hacia una acción mucho más enfática a dónde quería yo dirigirme. Conocer a Miss Al Gore fue sensacional.
Claro, como dices, estabas mezclando tu pasión por el medio ambiente y tu educación, ¿no? Que es algo que dices, que qué bueno que ahora se presentan las dos juntas. Y bueno, tú dijiste, es un reto crear conciencia en la juventud porque es difícil para ellos poder ver el producto de su accionar o, en muchos casos, su inacción. ¿Cómo crees que podamos sobrepasar ese obstáculo?
Pues como te comentaba, si yo entiendo que hay muchos jóvenes que se agotan, que se frustran, que no ven traducido en una realidad todo lo que ellos hacen en favor del medio ambiente. Yo les digo a ellos que me encontré en esa situación, pero sí es posible. Sí es posible siempre y cuando se vaya construyendo, se vaya haciendo propuestas con una propuesta crítica, constructiva, directa y bien fundamentada. Tenemos que capacitarnos, tenemos que ser profesionales. O sea, porque luego con los jóvenes, tú sabes, piensan que la juventud es inexperiencia o poco profesionalismo de su parte, no. Podemos ser personas que ahorita México con 35 millones de jóvenes y la incidencia que podemos tener en ese movimiento fuertísima, es fuertísima. Nosotros, México es un país joven hoy en día, entonces podemos tener esa incidencia, simplemente es capacitarnos, acercarnos a las personas que saben, hacer equipo y tener esa incidencia.
Y tú has sido una líder con tu ejemplo, de verdad, Nayeli, te quiero agradecer por haber venido aquí. Como viste, pudimos entrevistar, y bueno, Al Gore pudo entrevistar a Felipe Calderón, y eres una gran invitada que tuvimos hoy. Y bueno, pues ya nos despedimos de la sede de la Ciudad de México y lo pasamos con ustedes a Nueva Jersey. Vanessa, les mandamos un abrazo a todos desde acá.
Y Carla, muchísimas gracias por haber estado con nosotros desde la hermosa Ciudad de México. Y si esta entrevista te ha inspirado a ayudar a cambiar el mundo, a luchar contra la crisis climática y educar a tu comunidad, esta es tu oportunidad. Tú también puedes ser un líder climático del Climate Reality Project. Regístrate hoy.
Climate change is our biggest challenge yet. The world's getting warmer, seas are rising, and our weather is getting more and more dangerous. We've got to stop. The good news is that we can. And all across the planet, climate reality leaders are leading the fight. They are inspiring people to stand up and take action when it matters. You can join them. Become a climate reality leader and learn what it means to lead a world-changing movement. You'll train with former Vice President Al Gore and some of the best scientists and influencers out there. You'll learn the latest on climate science and solutions, and learn how to share it with a message that moves audiences to act. You want to make a difference? Now learn how. Become the world changer you know you can be. Become a climate reality leader.
Hey everyone, I'm Jamil Smith. Before we wrap things up this hour, I'd like to introduce a special guest. Please welcome actress and ambassador Maggie Grace, who is joining me via satellite from Los Angeles. How you doing, Maggie?
Hey, Jamil, how are you?
Not too
Thanks so
bad.
much for having me.
Of course, of course. Now, Maggie, we're both from Ohio. We're both used to unpredictable weather.
I heard that.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
I love that coincidence.
I'm Cleveland, you're Columbus. But we're also
nice.
We also know a lot of people who, are employed in industries that tend to hurt the environment. How did you first become passionate about the climate crisis?
Well, I think Mr. Gore's work was really a catalyst for a lot of us, and definitely for me too. And I think in Ohio, since you're from there too, we can see a lot of stuff in our own backyard, less ice on the Great Lakes. I think it was 4.4 degrees difference in our winters since the 70s. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And we're already seeing it with crops and allergies and all kinds of stuff. So I think, it's good common sense, and we see the proof in the pudding. And we also have that, 97% of scientists agree thing. So I think regardless of how people voted back home, I think everybody can really agree on good common sense there, and that we love our kids, and protecting our planet and protecting the Paris Agreement is protecting our kids.
Indeed. Now, Maggie, you're an ambassador for Global Green, the organization that works to advance sustainable communities, in part by greening cities, including in Ohio. That's schools, affordable housing.
Youngstown.
How did you get involved, and why was it so important to you?
I had a lot of girlfriends that were involved in climate policy and got involved in Global Green long before I did. So it's a really cool organization. They green schools, and one thing I love about that, and a lot of other sort of new topics in climate change is how changes can be really a twofer. Like, I think people have this idea that tree hugging has to make humans suffer, and it's really sad and boring, and that's just not true. Like, so many things that we can do, like greening schools, up test scores.
Right.
It's not just better for the environment, it's better for kids.
Right.
And I think a great example of that is in how we eat. You look at the blue zones and longevity and people living longer, and eating a little bit less meat, less red meat and dairy specifically. And I mean, my gosh, what a huge difference. More so than transportation, which I think we all think, okay, I just have to drive less. But when we look at our plate, a huge hunk of red meat in the middle isn't great for us or our health. And it's also, I think it was 28 times more land and 11 times more water per calorie, calorie for calorie, just compared to chicken or pork. And then 160 times more when you compare it calorie for calorie with rice or beans or any other plant-based thing. So it's such a no-brainer. And it's delicious. So it's not like you have to be a full-time vegan and be super serious, but starting to think of meat as a garnish. And,
Right.
you know, we don't all need to serve our kids 8 ounces of steak, you know, like, it's just not good for anybody.
Right.
So, you know, it's nice to think of these things as a twofer and a bonus and just a shift in our thinking together.
Now, what kind of changes have you made in your own life to live more sustainably?
I think, you know, I'm certainly not perfect because I have to fly a lot for work, which is a bummer. But, you know, I definitely try to bicycle to do all my errands and have my little bike basket and walk as much as I can. And I bought my Prius on Craigslist and it's almost 10 years old now. So honestly, I'm not much of a car person. So, you know, I was like, oh, good. So the battery thing's, you know, it's recycled. So that's you know, an easy one. And then honestly, in changing how I think about, you know, switching to nut milk and how I think about dairy and meat and stuff like that, it's you can cut your carbon footprint in half just by changing that. Like, that's pretty empowering.
Now, you're also an advocate for women and girls. Can you talk a little bit about how women can be empowered by benefiting the environment?
Sure. I think, you know, women and girls make great advocates for change in how we're approaching the climate crisis, because not only are they, you know, in the developing world, the decision makers about, you know, clean fuel in their homes and can maybe leapfrog into cleaner energies that are cheaper and better for everybody. But, you know, anytime you talk about the effects of climate change, you're talking about women and girls being affected disproportionately. Anytime there's, you know, a natural disaster, women are 14 times more likely to die from that. Anytime there's, you know, something bad happens, I think women are more vulnerable to rape, gender-based violence, any kind of.
Now, there's a lot of folks.
Any kind of natural disaster, so.
Got you. There's a lot of folks, Maggie, who are watching this, especially young people who want to make a difference now, but they don't really know exactly what they can do. You know, they can't tell their mom what to buy at the grocery store. They can't do all these different things.
Right.
How can they pressure industries to be more sustainable?
I mean, I think that's a great point, and that, to me right now, and the folks I've been talking to, especially kids, is one of the most exciting things about right now. That we all know that it's up to really engaging our communities and our families, you know, writing your council person. Even if you're not old enough to vote, start a club in your middle school. You know, we're all connected by these wonderful technologies in a way that no generation before has been. So I think that's really exciting, and I think the people younger than me blow my mind every day because they are anything but apathetic. Like, it is cool to care, and they're so engaged, and I'm incredibly impressed. It's really humbling. I was like, oh my gosh, what's my council person's name? Like, I need to look this up and know it and be calling them. I mean, this 14-year-old knows. Like, it's pretty awesome.
Right. All right. Maggie Grace, thank you for joining us.
Thanks so much.
All right. Now let's check in with Kaylin Worthy and Peyton List to see what you've been saying over at hashtag 24 Hours of Reality.
We are so blown away with all of the amazing posts using hashtag 24 Hours of Reality. And Peyton, what are you seeing on this heat map here?
Yeah, when we asked you guys to use the hashtag, and the more people use the hashtag, the more this map is heating up, and we've already seen it growing, and it's so amazing, and your voices are being heard, so thank you so much for all of your tweets.
And I don't know what's going on here in Europe, but you guys are rocking it. You're doing amazing. There's a few posts from British Columbia, and I'm pretty sure a lot of that is my mom. Mom, I get it. You're proud of me, and I appreciate that.
That's impressive.
Now, Climate Reality actually tweeted out a question, so let's check that out right now. This was the question. Who are you watching 24 Hours of Reality with, and share a photo and tag them? And it could be featured in the show, and we are going to feature some on the show. So check out.
Yeah, WIO News is the whole team is watching, so thank you guys so much. And a lot of people are having viewing parties, which is so cool. This whole family is watching. And they said we are part of the climate solution for the next generation, which is so amazing.
And you guys are actually holding the next generation, and that is why we're doing this.
True.
It's all for them.
Oh my gosh, and you guys are wearing the same little pins.
Oh, and you're wearing the snow campaign.
Yeah,
that's so fun.
That's awesome.
These are the youngest little climate leaders out there. We also have some environmental clubs tuning in as well. I started an environmental club in 9th grade at my high school, and they're so important because they make a huge impact locally, and that is a huge thing. So thank you so much for sending that in. If you're a part of an environmental club, please tweet us a photo of you guys watching it right now.
That's so cool. And some girl told me that she could either do her homework or watch tonight, watch 24 Hours of Reality, and she said that she chose this and that it's a lot more fun than homework. So we really appreciate that.
Parents,
we
teachers,
agree.
We agree. Parents, teachers, watch this and use the hashtag 24 Hours of Reality instead of doing homework, possibly. I'm just saying, it's just an option. Throwing it out there. We also have some more viewing parties. We got this from Miguel in Venezuela. Thank you so much. Awesome. We have another one. They talked about Al Gore interviewing the Mexican president. And it looks like that is a classroom. If there's any other classrooms watching right now, please send us the photos because we love teachers, and we love teachers that are passionate about the environment. The Cherokee group, thank you so much for tuning in. And unfortunately, this is actually Peyton List's last segment with me. So thank you so much, Peyton, for being an amazing co-host.
I'm so glad I've been a part of this. Thank you, guys.
And thank you to Peyton List fans. You guys have been amazing on Twitter, so you guys rock, and thank you to Peyton List. High five.
You guys. Yes.
And I'll see you guys soon. Remember, use the hashtag 24 Hours of Reality.
Thank you so much, guys. You have been wonderful. Thank you. En la última hora hemos conocido algunos de los desafíos únicos que enfrenta México y a su vez el gran compromiso de este país de trabajar hacia un futuro sostenible. Recuerda que el factor más poderoso en la lucha en la crisis climática eres tú. Sé parte del esfuerzo y conviértete hoy en un activista climático. Únete a nosotros comunicando soluciones simples y reales. Lo primero que tienes que hacer es registrar tu correo electrónico en el sitio web 24hoursofrealities.org. Una vez allí, recibirás un kit de herramientas de acción lleno de soluciones, de manera que tú también puedas ser parte de esta lucha una vez termine esta transmisión. 2. Asegúrate que tu voz sea escuchada. Déjale saber a tus líderes lo que piensas de la crisis climática y entra a 24hoursofreality.org. Allí te guiaremos para que tu voz llegue a los oídos de tus representantes. Y por último, levántate y conviértete en un pionero en tu comunidad. Y juntos continuaremos este trabajo en el camino hacia adelante.
Hi, I'm Steve Carell. Climate change is one of the most important issues of our time. We took a big step forward on the issue last year when the world's leaders signed a global agreement to act. That means the hard work of change starts now. Join me and go to 24hoursofreality.org to tell your leader to meet or exceed their commitments on climate change. We're on the road forward. Now let's make it a reality.
Dear world leaders,
we all know that the climate crisis is here.
We are all affected by it.
और अगर ये हमारे ऊपर होता तो
we would do something about it.
In fact, some of us already are.
In
our communities.
In our businesses.
We are doing our part.
Now it's your turn.
As our leaders.
As the ones bestowed with power.
The power to represent the people.
Please listen.
Listen to the land.
Listen to the ocean.
Listen to the science.
Actually, we have some demands.
We demand that you protect what's left.
Stop using fossil fuels.
And when you do,
the world will be a better place instantly.
Together, we can make it a reality.
Hi, I'm Carol King. You know, climate change is one of the most important issues facing us today. Now, we did take a big step forward when world leaders got together and signed the climate change agreement by which they would commit to take steps to slow climate change. But the hard work starts now, and one of the important things you can do is join me at 24hoursofreality.org. That is a site where you can urge your leader to keep his or her commitment to slow climate change, and if they're not already on, get your world leader on. So thank you so much, because we need all the help we can get. You matter. Sign on. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Tom Chaplin. By now, climate change is affecting all of us. I have a 2-year-old daughter who has her whole life ahead of her. So it's urgent that we act to reduce greenhouse gas emissions so that our children, like my daughter, can inherit a healthy world to live in. We took a huge step forward on the issue last year when the world's leaders signed an agreement to address climate change. Now the hard work of taking action has to begin. We're on the road forward. Be sure to join me on 24hoursofreality.org and sign up to make sure we can make climate action a reality. Thanks for listening.
Last year, the world came together in Paris to reach an agreement to address the climate crisis. It was a historic moment, and it was just the beginning. Join us on our journey around the globe as we learn what it will take to build a healthy, clean energy future, and what more we all can do. We'll hear from the leaders, musicians, experts, and everyday people leading the fight to make climate action a reality. This is 24 Hours of Reality. We're on the road forward.
Welcome. I'm Jamil Smith. Thank you for joining us for 24 Hours of Reality, The Road Forward. Last year, the world came together in Paris for COP21, where 195 nations adopted an agreement committing to reduce greenhouse gases and limit rising global temperatures. It was a historic agreement, but it was only the beginning. Now comes the hard work of meeting these commitments. Travel with us tonight from our home base here at Liberty State Park in New Jersey, where the founder and chairman of the Climate Reality Project and former Vice President of the United States, Al Gore, will lead the way around the globe as we visit the top 24 greenhouse gas emitting countries. We'll explore solutions each nation has at hand, challenges they face, and how they can succeed in ensuring a sustainable future. We continue our look at the road forward with the fourth of our 24 countries, Canada. Now, Canada is the 8th highest greenhouse gas emitter. The nation has committed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions 30% below 2005 levels by 2030. And while the average area burned by wildfires has doubled since 1970, Canada has plans to put out its coal-fired power plants by 2030. And now, please join me once again in welcoming a man who has led the charge in educating and inspiring action on the climate crisis, the founder and chairman of the Climate Reality Project, Vice President Al Gore.
Thank you very much, Jamil, and thank you for hosting. Terrific job. Thank you so much. So we're going to go to Canada. Oh, Canada. And we'll start by once again just reminding ourselves of what the top 24 national emitters are. By the way, these 24 largest emitters are collectively responsible for more than 3/4 of the global emissions. So it's appropriate that we start with this focus this year on the top 24. And number 8 on the list is Canada. Neighbor and dear friend of the United States for all these years. And Canada has become a real leader in saving our planet. And again, as I have in these other presentations, I want to focus on this central fact about our Earth. We have the impression often that the sky is a limitless, vast expanse, but actually it's a very thin shell of atmosphere, and we're using that as an open sewer, dumping 110 million tons of gaseous man-made heat-trapping pollution into it every single day, and it's adding up, and it's building up the heat. And of course, there are many sources, but the principal one by far is CO2 emissions from the burning of fossil fuels. We still rely for more than 80% of the world's energy on fossil fuels. We're changing, and we're gonna complete this transition, but we need to do it faster. Of course, the history of this shows very clearly that after World War II, the global economy took off and the CO2 emissions took off. It's beginning to level off. I think we're at a tipping point. But if you look at Canada's emission record, it's a little bit different. We've seen a dramatic policy change, beginning to trend back up a little bit. The tar sands are a factor in this, but actually Canada is really playing a leadership role. But if you zero in on where Canada's emissions are coming from, energy is more than 70% of the total. Land use and forestry, almost 20%, and the loss of forest in Canada, we'll cover that in just a minute, is a pretty big deal. But let's zero in again on the energy sector, which is the biggest part of this problem. And you see it's transportation and electricity and heat, manufacturing and construction. And so because of all these emissions, again, we've seen a buildup in temperatures. The 14 to the 15 hottest years ever measured have been since 2001, and the hottest of all is this year. We've had 3 years in a row of record-breaking temperatures. And if you look at this phenomena in Canada, Canada's temperatures are actually increasing a little bit faster than the average nation. If you look at the big rainfall anomalies, it's very clear what's been happening in the last half century and a little more in Canada. And of course, the basic mechanism here is that the increased global temperatures distort and disrupt the water cycle, with much more water evaporating off the oceans, being brought over the lands where the rainfall amounts and snowfall are much, much larger, all at the same time. So we've had in the last several years these massive flood events in Canada. I could show you lots of pictures, unfortunately. But I want to focus on the drying phenomena also, because one of the ironies of global warming is that at the same time it increases these record downpours and flood events and mudslides, there are longer periods of time between the extreme rainfall events. It used to be a very different pattern. And the same extra heat that pulls the water vapor off the oceans sucks the water vapor out of the soil. And North America is especially vulnerable. We looked at Mexico in the last half hour, but actually the drying out of Canada, along with the rest of North America, is causing significant problems. And fires are a bigger and growing problem in Canada more than in most countries. We've seen fires particularly in Western Canada, but all over Canada, really. And the scientific experts point out very clearly it's due to human-caused climate change. This is a wildfire expert at the University of Alberta. And these temperature anomalies in Canada are really quite extreme now. We have seen, well, this year, temperatures at the North Pole are 36 degrees Fahrenheit above normal. And in Western Canada, we have had long periods of time with very highly elevated temperatures, which has dried out the forests. It's actually kind of supercharged the bark beetles that kill a lot of trees. And there was an extended period of time before the historic fires that struck Fort McMurray last May. And many of you know that 100,000 people had to be evacuated, some of them barely escaping with their lives. The home videos that people took with their cell phones as they're driving through the fires to escape the conflagration there were quite dramatic. $3.5 billion in insured losses. Now, the drying of the trees is only one factor in the loss of forest land. Canada is now one of the countries that are losing the most tree cover in the world. It's in the extreme category, along with Russia and Brazil. And we've seen in recent years up to 2 million hectares of forest lost annually. And of course, we do have outstanding leadership evident in Canada now. I happen to be a big fan of Justin Trudeau. I have seen what he's done. Of course, there are always political challenges for national leaders, but I think he's really bringing a tremendous breath of fresh air and doing an excellent job. And I met with him at the Paris conference, and in Paris, Canada joined virtually every other nation in the world to get the historic Paris Agreement and send the powerful signal to business, industry, investors, civil society that the entire world is committed now to have net zero greenhouse gas emissions as early in the second half of this century as possible. And Canada made an impressive commitment during the Paris Agreement, reductions of 30% below 2005 levels within less than 14 years. So that's the good news. And it comes at a time when the entire world is now recognizing with great excitement that we have these solutions at hand. Renewable energy, hyper efficiency, sustainable forestry and agriculture. It's really very exciting. And last year, more than $4 billion was invested in renewable energy in Canada. You just look at Canadian wind capacity and how quickly it has been growing. It's fantastic. From Saskatchewan to Prince Edward Island, this is now the cheapest source of electricity in Canada. Very exciting. And there are a lot of jobs. Canada is manufacturing windmills and solar panels. More than 36,000 new jobs in Canada in the renewable energy sector. Throughout North America, the job growth in renewable energy is way faster than practically any other part of the economy. That's why there's so much emerging competition among nations to be the manufacturing centers for these new technologies. And of course, solar cells, for me, extremely exciting. You look how quickly the cost has been coming down, almost like the computer chip revolution. And we're seeing a fantastic growth in the solar capacity in Canada, not only rooftop solar, but these utility scale solar farms that are really growing very rapidly. We're seeing provincial leadership also in Ontario, for example. In Vancouver has committed to go to 100% green electricity within 20 years. Very exciting. I have the privilege of going to Vancouver every once in a while. What a beautiful city. And I had the privilege of being present in Ontario when the last remaining coal-fired plant was closed. That site is now becoming a solar farm. So there are going to be more solar jobs than there were in coal. In North America, there are already a lot more solar jobs than coal jobs. And we need to retrain any coal miner that wants to work in the solar energy. It's a great new source of jobs. Other Canadian provinces are also taking inspiring action. British Columbia has implemented a carbon tax. Alberta's carbon tax goes into effect next month. Both Quebec and Alberta have put in place an emissions trading system, and one will soon be in place in Ontario and Manitoba. And Justin Trudeau joined the heads of state in the other North American countries, the United States of America and Mexico, in making a commitment to go to half of all electricity from zero emission sources in less than 10 years. Canada plans to completely phase out coal-fired electricity by 2030 and has already ratified the climate agreement. It could do more by enhancing its existing commitment to deeper absolute emissions reductions, by adopting domestic policies, including strong national carbon pricing policies, and diversifying away from fossil fuels and eliminating the fossil fuel subsidies, reducing methane emissions, selling that recaptured pollutant as a resource, improving efficiency, especially in buildings and transportation, and protecting forests and restoring forests and agricultural lands, and the peatlands, which are especially important. The civil society support in Canada is incredibly inspiring. A lot of big climate marches, a huge amount of activism, a lot of great climate leaders in Canada. I want to shout out to the tremendous climate leaders that we have there, and I want to thank you, Canada. You are helping to make a sustainable future a reality. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
All right. Thank you, Vice President Gore. And now let's take a look at what happened when all of Ontario came together to answer the question, how much would life change if we weren't dependent upon coal?
Around the world, communities are embracing clean and healthy solutions to fight the climate crisis. With a global agreement now in place, the time for action is now.
When we started out, the majority of people in Ontario didn't realize we had 5 dirty coal-fired power plants that were a huge threat to public health. We were just a small organization up against very powerful opponents. All the sophisticated people in Ontario didn't think we had a chance. The Clean Air Alliance was established in 1997 to advocate for a complete phase-out of our 5 dirty coal-fired power plants. We had 50 or 60 smog alert days each year. There was an air pollution public health crisis.
I was a family doctor here in Richmond Hill. It was pretty clear to clinicians that air pollution was affecting patients' health.
And a big breath in. Very good.
The problem was clinicians see them one by one, and patients get affected one by one. And we knew that if we gave an idea to people of how large the problem was, that they would be taken aback. So we decided to quantify that. We actually published the numbers of people who are being affected. How many people have to stay off work? How many people have to visit a family doctor? How many people are admitted to hospital? How many people die?
The Ontario Medical Association showed that our dirty coal plants were killing over 600 people a year in this province.
Well, we knew right from the get-go that the only solution for this would be a large public policy shift, that individuals couldn't make the difference here.
When we were launching our campaign, we hired a very good economist to do the analysis for us about what would be the cost of phasing out coal. And he showed me, it will cost $1.86 a month. And then I stopped at a coffee shop and ordered a cup of coffee and a donut. And the person said, that'll be $1.86. And I said, wow, that's the same as the cost of phasing out dirty coal. Thank you. And so I knew that we had now the clear, simple message that we could deliver to people. The good news was that the political process responded very quickly and very decisively.
It turns out that the single greatest cause of air pollution in the province of Ontario is coal-fired generation.
We're closing a great polluter that needed to be closed.
The fact that
Ontario Hydro was owned by the provincial government, so it was much easier to order the phase-out of coal plants which they owned than it would have been if Ontario Hydro was a privately owned company. It was a 17-year struggle. The last coal-fired power plant was shut down on April 8th, 2014. Ontario was the first jurisdiction in the world to phase out dirty coal in order to achieve public health and environmental goals. It was equivalent to taking 7 million cars off the road, and it's the single largest greenhouse gas emissions reduction initiative in North America. Now that we've phased out a dirty coal, our long-term goal is to move Ontario towards a 100% renewable electricity grid.
Innovators are hard at work. We can make climate action a reality. Together, we're on the road forward.
We've learned a little about what Canada is doing to fight the climate crisis, and now we want to hear from you. Tweet along with us at hashtag 24 Hours of Reality to join in on the conversation. We'll be checking in with watch parties happening around the globe, as well as people like you tweeting along from home. The climate crisis affects every one of us, and we want to make sure your voice is heard. So let's go now to actor, activist, and our master of social media, Calum Worthy. Calum, what's up?
Oh, Canada. I am so excited that I am talking all about my home country, Canada. And we're getting some amazing tweets. So let's check in on this. Everyone is using the hashtag 24 Hours of Reality. Remember, if you're over the age of 40, a hashtag is also the number sign, just to let you know. So let's check this one out. We got one from Iowa, and they're having a leadership group, and they're all having a watch party. I actually went to the leadership program in Iowa with the climate reality program, so I feel like I have a connection. Let's check out what is going on here. We have an amazing video, and I believe they're having a watch party at a university cafeteria. Oh, that looks fun. I want to join that party. Moving along, we have an awesome tweet from Noelle Woodward, and this is actually a Pace musical theater cast right here, and I actually grew up doing Pace, so it's so great that they're reaching out. Thank you so much, Noelle. Love the picture. Moving on, we have another Pace picture. Again, they are huge supporters of Climate Reality Project, and I love Pace. So thank you so much for sending that tweet in. We have one from Mark Neufeld. I have a lot of Victoria tweets right now. This was actually my 9th grade teacher, and he's the one that showed me An Inconvenient Truth and inspired me to join the climate movement. Moving right along, we got another one from Tyler McGee. Thank you so much for the selfie, man. I love the photo bum that's happening in here. Next up, we have Brian Rogers. Brian, thank you so much for tweeting in. I really appreciate it. Now, I want to see more selfies, but I want to spice it up a little bit. I want to see the silliest, craziest selfie of you watching 24 Hours of Reality. So remember, you can tweet, you can Instagram, you can use Facebook Live, you can use Facebook, you can use Instagram, Google+, you name it, you can use it. Hashtag 24 Hours of Reality. See you soon.
You've seen him on screen as a superhero. Now actor, native Canadian Ryan Reynolds joins us to talk about what he's doing to save the world as a green human. Ryan, what's up?
Hello.
All right.
To be here.
So when did you become an activist, dealing with the climate crisis? Was there a catalyzing moment or an event?
Yeah, for me, it was about 25 years ago. I was in 10th grade, and I joined an outdoor education program called Trek, which was offered at one of the local schools in Vancouver, where I grew up. In this program, you do an accelerated curriculum, so you basically do a year's worth of school in about 3 months, and the rest of the year you spend outdoors learning, survival techniques, and then sort of learning about our resources and how we can sort of better serve our environment. A lot of it focused on the environment, and that for me was like a huge eye-opener. It actually changed my life. From that point forward, I led a very different lifestyle than that of my parents.
So speaking of the great outdoors, you're now the philanthropic ambassador for Eddie Bauer's partnership with American Forests.
Yeah.
And that's a conservation organization dedicated to reforestation in threatened ecosystems.
Yeah.
So now, tell us what that partnership means. Tell us why it's important for you to be a part of it.
Well, American Forests is a great organization. They've been around 140 years. They've planted over 50 million trees. Their goal is to plant 2.6 million trees in 2016 alone. So they're incredible. But growing up, a lot of the kids at my school, I grew up in the sort of the clear-cut era where people started to get hip to this idea that here's what's going on in the forests in British Columbia. I mean, we have this incredibly diverse ecosystem in British Columbia that is so precious and so beautiful. You drive down the street, down a country road or in the mountains, and you would basically see beautiful forests on either side of you. But if you go just beyond that, you're going to see clear cuts. And a lot of the kids that I grew up with were tree planting in the summer. That was a way that they would have a summer job, but they would also sort of give back, and it was a kind of a cool program. So American Forest is sort of like the grown-up version of that. It's like the big boy club of that. So what they do throughout the United States and actually in over 50 countries across the world, is incredible. What they do for biodiversity and for reforestation is just a beautiful thing. So
now I know sustainability is a big part of your activist efforts. What do you do at home? How do you maintain that in your personal life?
Well, I'm a big fan of solar technology. It's for me that's sort of everything. I'm excited to see solar technology take off in a way. I mean, look, the United States and Canada, who we're here to talk about as well. These are our countries that to some degree, some more than others, worship money. And I think that solar technology and a lot of sustainable technologies are things that we need to inject, like heroin, right into the capitalist mainstream. And I can see these companies and these technologies becoming multi-billion-dollar companies. They already are, and it's a beautiful thing to see. So for me, I've solarized my home. I drive an electric car. I mean, these are just the little things that I do, but I also recognize that, the prices for these sorts of things are falling dramatically, and I'd love to see that because I'm in a position where I can afford to do this sort of thing. Not everyone is. And as we see these prices going down, I think it's important to create infrastructure and to create systems in which people can afford this. Not just in ways that they're incentivized to get a tax break or something like that, but it's just absolutely affordable to everyone across the country.
Right, to make it part of their daily lives. Exactly.
100%, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Addressing the climate crisis can be daunting for a lot of folks. And, how do you think we can educate people about the issues and keep them encouraged that there is actually a solution possible?
Yeah, I think there's an incredible amount of resources out there that we can get involved with. I mean, Climate Reality Project is one that's done, becoming a climate leader is a huge thing that somebody can do. I mean, just going to the website and getting the action pack basically is something that you can do, and that's what that pack does is important. Actually, it's what every one of us as we sit here, and especially in these transitioning times in our politics in the United States, you might feel some anxiety and some concern over the environment and how that's going to be protected in the future because it's not looking great right now. And this action pack is something you can get, and you can say inside that's going to have, this is the person you write to, this is the person you email, this is the person you call, this is how you do it, this is where you can meet to get more information. This is so that's the kind of thing that I think is going to really sort of spread like a wildfire.
Nice. Now we see that your hometown Vancouver is doing some things right.
Amazing things, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think though is the biggest threat to Canada right now in terms of environment?
I think a lot of it's the same as it is here. I mean, we're seeing these huge wildfires. I mean, the Fort McMurray wildfire was such an eye-opener for me. I mean, watching the devastation that happened in that beautiful town and the people, those hardworking people fleeing from their town, and seeing, that was horrendous. And I think we're seeing the permafrost go away. We're seeing the snowpacks melt. We're seeing the same sort of droughts that are happening in the United States. So. I'm encouraged though. I watched guys like, I met Mayor Gregor Robertson in Vancouver, and I know he's a huge proponent for the environment, and seeing that Vancouver is committing to becoming 100% sustainable in terms of their energy, how they garner their energy in the near future that's just amazing to me. So.
Well, you're a dad. Yeah. Are you hopeful for the future?
Yeah, you have to be. I mean, you absolutely have to be, especially, and I think that's what draws people from rest to effort. I mean, I have two young kids, both under 2, and I want them to experience the same things that I got to experience when I was a kid.
Right.
I want them to be able to walk out in the wilderness and enjoy everything that we live in the United States, and there are some of the most beautiful national parks that I've ever seen anywhere. And I want them to enjoy that in the same way that I've been able to enjoy that when I first moved to this country. So, I am, but I am hopeful. I'm seeing that change. I'm seeing being here is a way of being hopeful as well. So,
Indeed. Now, movies have a pretty big carbon footprint of their own. They
Huge.
can be a pretty
Huge.
big strain on the environment. How have you found that Hollywood is adapting, if at all, to becoming more green?
Hollywood is adapting incredibly slowly. Budgets on films are sort of scheduled down to the line. Everything is every dollar is going to something very specific. So it's but I think they could do a lot more, and I hope to be an agent of change in that in the near future. I mean, I also work as a producer, so. I have some say in how we conduct ourselves on the set. You could do little things. Obviously, there's a lot going on the film sets where bottled water is just sort of banned. I mean, these are sort of small, kind of topical things, but I think there's a larger way to look in the future of these trucks, the heavy trucks, the generators that are running 24/7 when you're on a film set. It's a massive footprint, and it's something that needs to change. So,
Indeed.
Yeah.
Now, you've also been very active raising awareness about the climate crisis and encouraging people to get involved via social media.
Yeah.
Now, can we still use Facebook and Twitter to advance the issue, especially with all this sort of the lies that are, pervaded?
Yeah, I mean, there's a crap ton of the fake news out there, which is a little bit concerning. But it's I think it's sort of like anything. We follow the people that we trust and follow the people whose opinions that matter to us. I mean, I know I look at my timeline and I see things that I care about and issues that I care about being ideas being exchanged there. So absolutely, I think the more you pump it out on social media, the better. Especially right now in this time, it's a really, really critical time. We're at a place in that we're going to look back in history and didn't see whether we did the right thing or the wrong thing. And I think it's important to make your voice as loud as possible right now.
Speaking of the people who might be on the wrong side of history when it's all over with, how do you deal with climate change deniers? How do you engage in that conversation?
I don't, what do you say to a? I mean, scientists all over the world have basically proven that this is the case, and this is our climate is changing for these specific reasons. And when somebody denies climate change, I really don't know what to say except that they're dead to me.
Well, on that note, Ryan Reynolds, thank you for coming in.
Thank you very much.
All right. And now I'm thrilled to present you with an exclusive aerial performance imagined by Cirque du Soleil in support of one of our marquee partners, One Drop, an international nonprofit dedicated to providing access to safe water. This piece will be a part of the 5th edition of One Night for One Drop on March 3rd, 2017 in Las Vegas. Please enjoy 24 Hours of Reality's exclusive premiere of One Drop for Humankind.
We are one drop in an ocean of God, connected by our isolation, and our cells are our incarceration, and our boundaries are imaginary lines that divide us into separate nations when we're the same creation. We use technology to keep us in communication, and yet there's nothing better than a simple conversation. They say that it's the journey, not the destination. I say the journey is the destination. We're facing global climate changes. Forests are endangered while we're chasing paper, buying things to help distract us from our human nature. Luxury and compensation when our accomplishments are far beyond how much we're making. It's what we're making. The ripple effect. I throw a rock into a lake and know the water's rising, even if it's at the smallest rate. And as the level elevates, it escalates. Get 1 million people throwing rocks and you can see the change. Gandhi said to be the change and he the change, so we the change. And honestly, we need to change. The time will never be the same. Even though we're different, we are all the same. He the same and she the same, so we the same. How can I complain about the minor things when there are human beings dying flying just to find a simple drink, migrating miles for what's pouring out my kitchen sink. It forces me to sit and think. What is the missing link? You see, it's hard to comprehend, but we are all in sync, so we have a responsibility to act. Actually, this moment, in fact, is all you'll ever really have. And right beneath the haves and the have-nots are never-hads, and yet they smile brighter than the actors from these clever ads, telling us to spend $1,000 to get some trendy swag when we could take the same amount and end the suffering they have. There's no third world. There is only one world, one sky and one earth. One man is not an island, he's an endless universe, manifesting inner dreams. Anything is possible, as long as all of us believes anything is possible. As long as one of us believes anything is possible. At least that's what I believe.
There are people all over the world who have committed themselves to becoming messengers and activists in the fight against the climate crisis. These people have been personally trained by Vice President Al Gore and some of the world's leading scientists in order to become climate reality leaders. And in just a moment, we'll tell you how you can join them. But first, let's meet one. Carl Divenvoorden is here with us now. Hey, Carl.
Hi.
All right. So tell me, you were aware of the people's effect on the environment, if not the climate crisis specifically, from a young age, because of where your school was located. Can you tell me more about what that was about?
Oh yes, I was raised in a small community in northern New Brunswick, Canada, my home province of New Brunswick, and the community's name was Beldoon. And when I was growing up, Beldoon was a two-industry town. We had a smelter and we had a fertilizer plant. And by some fate or circumstance, my elementary school ended up being right between the two of them.
Oh.
Right between those two industries. And I can remember very, very clearly as a kid going to school and on heavy days when the cloud hung over us, the smoke from the fertilizer plant, which was upwind of us,
right,
would hang over the schoolyard like a fog. And we weren't allowed out for recess. We weren't allowed out for recess. Or some days we might be allowed out, but we'd come back in and our throats would have a burning taste in. And you know, when I was a kid, I didn't know anything about the environment. Climate change wasn't even on anyone's agenda. But one thing I did know was this, and I think any little kid knows it, and it's that you don't keep a car running in a closed garage because you'll poison yourself. And people die that way.
Right.
And I'd think,
makes sense, right?
Yeah, but wait a minute, isn't the planet kind of like a really big garage? Nothing comes in, nothing goes out. So then I'd wonder, where does that stuff go? And the answer I always got was away. It goes away.
It just goes away.
Yeah, and it didn't work for me as a little kid. So it sowed the early seeds of concern about what we, all of us collectively, and not deliberately, are doing to our planet. But you know, I looked around, not too many people seemed to be too concerned either. So I continued. I finished school, I finished university. I got this great job not long after university where I was jet setting all over Latin America.
Right.
And then after that along came the Rio Summit. And I remember being really pleased about the Rio Summit because one, well, it sensitized me once again to all these childhood issues. And also, it was a sign that finally the world was starting to pay attention. It was a really good thing.
So that was the big shift for you. What led you to eventually become a climate reality leader?
Well, I wonder if I can if I can go back a little bit more. There was a big turning point in my life because the Rio Summit reawakened me in terms of need to do something. Again, I'd had those seeds sown early in my life, and I was raised by immigrants, which meant that we always lived in a resourceful house. We never wasted anything. That was a good thing.
Right.
But the big turning point came when my son was born.
Oh.
And that was, I think many parents would relate to that. 1999, my son was born, and I had this little voice in my head saying, do something. And I didn't know what to do. I felt powerless. And in 2001, my second son was born, and the little voice got louder. And I thought about something, what I could do. Right at the time, back then in 2001, CBC Radio, which is the Canadian equivalent of National Public Radio here, or the BBC in the UK, they had a daily commentary program, and it was an op-ed, and anyone could submit a story to it. So I thought, I'm going to pitch a story about climate change from the perspective of a father with his new son. And it was accepted. So I wrote and delivered on air this little commentary that summarized, from my perspective, what climate change was, what the causes were, what the consequences were, and what the solutions were. And in it also, I made a couple of promises to my son and to his generation, like, for example, that I'd never drive an inefficient vehicle. And I also promised that I would do what I could to make sure that climate change and all of our other environmental challenges become political issues at all levels of government.
So how do you feel now about Canada's government now, with Justin Trudeau at its head? How do you feel about their prospects for addressing the climate crisis? And what are your hopes for the immediate future and the long-term future?
Well, I'm a lot more optimistic, as I think most Canadians would be, than we were some time ago. With our new government, they really seem to get climate change, and that's a very good thing. They've even changed the name of the department from the Department of Environment to the Department of Climate Change. So that's a very good thing. And they have indicated that they will impose a price on carbon across the country by 2019. And more recently, they've indicated they will phase coal out of all of our power generation at an accelerated rate. So it's going to be 2030 instead of a later date previously. So that's a very good thing from the political level. From the typical Canadian level, it would really make my day if we as Canadians all work to understand climate change just a little better, so that we'd be more sensitized as well just to how serious this is and the threat that it has to our lives and to our livelihoods and to our infrastructure, our coastlines. Because the fossil fuel industry, of course, has been a big part of the Canadian economy, and admittedly it's treated us well. It's created a lot of wealth for us. But now we know, science tells us we have to change, and it's tough to let go of something that has treated you well. But we have so much potential in renewable energy, and in fact recently I heard that more people now work in renewable energy than work in the oil sands. So it's coming, but we've got so much potential in solar, in wind, in geothermal, in wave, in tidal.
Well, now, I mean, in your work now, real quick, you help companies and people become more efficient. So what would you advise people quickly? What do you think is the most effective way for Canada to go, forward towards a green future?
Well, I'm a big believer in price signals, because it's all very nice if people do the right thing voluntarily. Everyone has a moral compass. We don't follow that necessarily as closely as we follow our internal money compass, because everyone has a money compass too. And today, without pricing on our environmental issues are technically what are called in economics externalities. Now, in other words, here, an example to make it simple. If you have two products and one of them is made in a really dirty way, but it's really cheap, and another one that's made really sustainably, but it's a bit more expensive, well, we'll buy the cheap one because it's human nature. We always buy cheap. But if all of the costs of the environment were embedded into the cost of this dirty product, well, all of a sudden it wouldn't be cheap anymore, it'd be more expensive. And guess what? We'd all buy the green product because it's the cheapest thing, and we transform the market, because guess what happens to expensive products? They disappear from the market. So price signals are really important, and a price on carbon is a great first start.
So you've been a climate reality leader now for more than a decade. How has it changed your life?
Oh my, it's changed my life a lot. I left a job to do this, and that was a very difficult decision. But it's been very, very fulfilling in many ways. I mean, it's fulfilling every time I give a presentation and young people come around, and you can see in their faces, these are the beautiful generation, beautiful young people who come around, you can see in their faces that they really want to make a difference, or they speak of the impact the presentations have made. And I do a newspaper column now as well, and I often bump into people and they say, hey, you do that column, good stuff, I like it, I'm learning from it. So these are really, really fulfilling. I'd like to think I'm living a more fulfilling life and a lot closer to that spot where I'm doing what I should have been doing in the first place.
Thank you, Carl.
It's my pleasure.
And for those of you who are watching, who feel inspired to educate your own community about the climate crisis, now is your chance. You can sign up right now to become a climate reality leader yourself.
Climate change is our biggest challenge yet. The world's getting warmer, seas are rising, and our weather is getting more and more dangerous. We've got to stop. The good news is that we can. And all across the planet, climate reality leaders are leading the fight. They are inspiring people to stand up and take action when it matters. You can join them. Become a climate reality leader and learn what it means to lead a world-changing movement. You'll train with former Vice President Al Gore and some of the best scientists and influencers out there. You'll learn the latest on climate science and solutions, and learn how to share it with a message that moves audiences to act. You want to make a difference? Now learn how. Become the world changer you know you can be. Become a climate reality leader.
And now let's check in with native Canadian Caleb Worthy and see what you've been saying over at hashtag 24 Hours of Reality. Caleb?
I'm always proud to be Canadian, but I'm proud now more than ever because of the amazing tweets we are getting from Canada. So last time I asked you to send me this craziest, wildest selfie you could do about, and add the 24 Hours of Reality hashtag as well. And we got some amazing ones. Check this one out. Steven sent this one in, and they said the world is beautiful. I think that filter is beautiful. Now, if you actually are half bunny, I am so sorry if you were offended. Next up, we have Karina, and she actually has a bunny right there. So I don't know if the previous two tweets are connected or not. I will check in on that. Next up, we have Dean, and he has a lizard with him, and I hope that lizard wants to make a difference in the world as much as he does. Next up, we have Caitlin, and she is in Canada, but she's actually from Germany, and she actually is tweeting quite a bit. She says she's awake at 3 a.m. in Germany for 24 Hours of Reality to learn what my home country in Canada can do to prevent climate change. Caitlin, thank you so much. I'm so proud that you are Canadian. Next up, we have Jessica, and she says to sleep or to stay up watching. I think we know the answer. Stay up watching and use the hashtag 24 Hours of Reality. Let's see what else we got. We also got Madison, who sent in an amazing selfie. And I think we already had a nominee for Greatest Smile of the Night, and I think she is definitely in the running as well. Next up, we got Madison, who clearly is a huge fan of Peyton List. I'm so sorry she isn't here. She had to go. You have to deal with me now. Next up, we have Robin, and he sent a great photo. I don't know if that's a photo bomb or not. If it is, it's an amazing, immaculate photo bomb. So remember, use the hashtag 24 Hours of Reality, and I cannot wait to see what you guys send me.
All right.
The climate crisis has hit home with devastating effect, disrupting people's lives and livelihoods everywhere. The Climate Reality Project was created to catalyze every level of society, demanding action to address the crisis. To date, we have trained thousands of climate reality leaders worldwide to give updates of the iconic presentation originally given by Al Gore in An Inconvenient Truth, and to educate and enlist others in the cause. These individuals hail from diverse communities and are a front line of awareness and action on the issue. Our branch offices around the world help to build powerful citizen movements. Like in Brazil, where efforts helped to ensure leadership ratified the Paris Agreement amid national turmoil. We also work to give young people and local government a voice with our 100% Committed campaign. Like in Park City, Utah, a city which is pledged to go 100% renewable. Or Plymouth State University, where a student-led movement helped the university to commit to 100% renewables. The thousands involved are creating the next generation infrastructure to drive pro-climate policies at the local, state, and national levels. And finally, each year, the Climate Reality Project attracts millions of viewers and the world's attention to the climate crisis with 24 Hours of Reality, a global live-streamed event featuring celebrities, dignitaries, and musicians for 24 hours. Today, we stand at the precipice of a new moment. Action is necessary and possible with affordable, widespread solutions. Join us as we make ourselves heard, as we make sure our leaders take action, and as we make a bright and sustainable future our reality.
Hi, I'm Patrick Adams. Climate change is the most important issue of our time. And last year, we took a huge step forward on that issue when the leaders of the world signed a global agreement to act. But that means that the real work of change starts right now. So please join me by going to 24hoursofreality.org and helping to tell your leaders that they must meet or exceed their commitments on climate change. It's the only way that this is going to work. We're on the road forward now. We have to make it a reality. Thank you so much.
Dear world leaders,
we all know that the climate crisis is here.
We are all affected by it.
और अगर ये हमारे ऊपर होता तो
we would do something about it.
In fact, some of us already are.
In
In our communities.
In our businesses.
We are doing our part.
Now it's your turn. As our leaders,
As the ones bestowed with power.
The power to represent the people.
please listen. Listen to the land.
Listen to the ocean.
Listen to the science.
Actually, we have some demands.
We demand that you protect what's left.
Stop using fossil fuels. And when you do,
The world will be a better place instantly.
Together, we can make it a reality.
And now we've got a special treat for you. Here to perform On Your Side, please welcome critically acclaimed musician, Pete Yorn.
I'm outside your house. 2 a.m. it's dark. So many mistakes. Come back home from bars. I am on your side. Dear, I just want to tell you all. So many lies are taking hold. It's not your fault. There's many scars. I am on your side. It's taken me a long time. I am on your side. I'm I'm listening.